shoes. Things that I'm not really used to. And I watch my back cause this is so new. But it's something that I could get into. I keep on thinking about you. I got no time to deny the truth. You gotta give me your time, and I gotta keep myself contained, baby. Won't you call me baby? I just wanna love you, baby, let me love you. I just need a taste. I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby. Before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in. I just need a taste. I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby. Before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in, baby. I've been working on my own wave. I make up my mind every day. In the end, I'm always thinking your name. Feeling like I'm going insane. I keep on thinking about you. I got no time to deny the truth. You gotta give me your time, and I gotta keep myself contained, baby. Won't you call me baby? I just wanna love you, baby, let me love you. I just need a taste. I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby. Before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in. I just need a taste.
Mentally, West Ham have got, and you've got someone like Nobes that's the leader, and he won't allow those standards to drop. You know, you'll find your level, Steve, but when you've got a couple of senior pros that are saying, hey, come on, I'm not having this, it makes a difference to the individuals.
The other thing about Everton, Nadem, is Abdoulaye Doucouré is coming back, and that is going to make a big difference to them. There's a piece in The Athletic this week about the role that he played, because they've basically spoken to fans, and the fans had said, we think we're playing too slowly. And Doucouré is one of the quickest midfielders in the league. And this piece that The Athletic did, in massive statistically detailed, basically said that if you take all the midfielders in the Premier League, the only one who's in the top 50% in terms of speed at Everton is Doucouré.
Right.
So that player who gets the ball and drags you up the pitch.
Yeah, sorry about that noise, by the way. Steve's back in the studio and he's knocking things over. I apologise.
It's knocked me coffee over. Sorry.
I apologise for that. That's interesting, because The Athletic, they do like to deep dive, especially with stats and things like that. And it does show, when he's not playing, that they will be missed, because it does lean towards a different style. And, for Everton, I think maybe at times, the success has dried up, because maybe they are a bit too one-dimensional at times, because they have some really good football players, but can they switch up when they need to? And I think when you have someone like a Doucouré in there, yes, you can play the nice football, try and control possession and so on, but you can have that bit of extra energy. Like, I think for me personally, when I look at, say, Chelsea yesterday and Chelsea in recent weeks, they have a great structure and they move the ball well, but very quickly there's a sudden change in tempo, which really tears teams apart. Because I was watching them against City yesterday, and you've seen Hudson-Odoi flying through, say, other wing-back Reece James was flying through, and Werner was flying, but then they can also move the ball side to side and so on. And I think ultimately, I can see Doucouré's real value in there, because he's something a bit different. Yes, he can do the playing side of it, but those games, especially in the Premier League, you do need to have a level of high tempo, which needs to be there, and he's definitely a player for them who does that.
It's a position that is essential, James, because that person grabs everybody by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, like you say, certainly playing a centre half behind a player like that, as someone who can get the ball and run it 50, 60 yards up the pitch, makes a huge difference. And like you say, if they can get him, or if he's back in the team, I'm sure it'll make a huge difference towards, Everton towards the end of the season. But as Nathan was just touching on, now that's what West Ham have got. They've got a great knack at the minute of being able to slate, nice, steady tempo football at the back and knock it around, and then, blink of an eye, they're at the other end of the pitch through Lingard. So, it's a massively important position.
85058 at 5 Live Sport is the way to get in touch with us on Premier League Sunday. Following on from that Sergio Aguero penalty miss, we've just been asking for you to send us your embarrassing moments, yours, the teams you support. John in London says, first ever swimming gala that I had with the Cubs. I didn't know the race started with a whistle. Nobody told me, so everybody else dived in and I just stood there. Dave says, playing final of local school's basketball competition, nervous, disorientated. The ball came to me from the tip-off. I ran the wrong way and scored against my own team. I was substituted. I didn't play anymore.
Do you know what? I'm just now people are mentioning swimming ones. I've just had a flashback. I thought this was laying like deep in my memory bank, but it's here. So it was my first year in high school, and I did swimming classes and stuff in primary, so I thought I was quite good a swimmer. So I thought, let me go to this swimming team tryout thing. But they said you're going to have to swim there and back, so it was going to be a 50-meter thing, which I'd never done before, but I thought I'd be all right. I nearly drowned. This was on trials. Dived in, got the first 10-15 out of the way. Before you know it, I was snorting that water like you could not even imagine. Oh, wow, that is a throwback.
I'm not sure this is a relevant story, but it's sort of BMX in sport, I suppose. My son, in the first lockdown, I took him into a little forest with his jumps and that. Me still thinking I was 14 years of age. he wouldn't go over a particular jump. I went, Dylan, give me that bike here, mate.
No.
So anyway, I jumped on the bike, gone over this. Honestly, I've hit the floor, gone off into like a thorn bush. I had to go to the hospital, cut all my face. Thinking I was 14 and not 38.
85058 at 5 Live Sport is the way to get in touch. Oh, we've had a goal at Oxford in the League One playoff race. Sahel Sahi.
They've done all they can do here, Steve. It's Oxford United 4, Burton Albion 0. Sam Winnell 30 yards out on the half volley, flew past Dylan Barnes. We're still playing time added on at the end of this game, so all ears on Fratton Park and Portsmouth now. Oxford United 4, Burton Albion 0.
They're into 2 minutes of stoppage time there. If Portsmouth don't score twice, then they will not be going to the playoffs. It looks like it's Oxford's day. Chris, are Portsmouth, do they have any chance?
Well, they've got 2.5 minutes now of what's left of stoppage time to try and find those 2 goals. They've had a couple of opportunities. Charlie Daniels ran through on goal. His shot was saved. Ronan Curtis has had a free kick that was stopped as well. But we are moving right into the stage of desperation now for the home side. Most of the ball largely unable to unsettle, and still Portsmouth 0, Accrington 1.
Full time at Molineux, Henry Moran.
Wolves 2, 10-man Brighton 1. Lewis Dunk gave the visitors the lead with a first half header, but he was sent off early in the second for a cynical tug on Fabio Silva. That changed the game completely. 2 goals in the final 15 minutes, seeing Wolves turn it around. Firstly, substitute Adama Traore smashing home after a 1-2 in the box. Then on 90 minutes, Morgan Gibbs-White, starting for just the second time this season, he twisted, he turned in the box before curling the ball into the top corner. A win for Wolves, who move to 45 points. Brighton will have to wait to mathematically confirm their survival. Wolves 2, Brighton 1.
Oxford United fans have about 1 minute and 30 seconds to wait before they are confirmed in the League One playoffs. I should say as well, Dion, Cambridge United, you must be feeling great.
Go on, mighty Hughes. Absolutely fantastic. Delighted. I thought Mark Bonner's done a great job at the club. Really done well. Obviously, Paul Mullin up top's done great with his goals and stuff, but so pleased for that football club. They've been through so much rubbish, to be honest with you. Sponsors haven't been there. The owners have changed so many times, but I just think to get that club back to League One is such a feat. Down to the players, down to the staff. Well done. Well done, Cambridge United.
Oxford United trying to get out of League One, and they're going to have a chance, Sahel.
Yeah, we're all done here, Steve. Full-time Oxford United 4, Burton Albion 0. Really weird scenes here because no one is celebrating. As we know, the game is still going on at Fratton Park between Portsmouth and Accrington. 2 goals in the first half, both headers, and 2 goals in the second half. Elliot Lee from a free kick which sneaked under the wall, and then the best of the lot from Sam Winnell in time added on. So Oxford, they will be into the playoffs as it stands for a second successive season, but all ears are turning to Fratton Park as the players just wait around the centre circle and the halfway line with their manager Carl Robinson. Full time here, Oxford United 4, Burton Albion 0.
if they're still waiting, it'll only be for about another 10 seconds. Portsmouth Accrington, Chris Wise.
If that's still Portsmouth 0, Accrington 1, Adams Phillips has got the goal that came in the first half, and Portsmouth have run out of opportunities in the second. Charlie Daniels has just crossed from the left, that's gone wide. We played the 4 minutes of stoppage time, so now it is all eyes on the official. But Portsmouth, remember, still have to score 2 goals if they are to secure that playoff spot, and they have only got seconds left to do it. There is the full-time whistle. Accrington have beaten Portsmouth on the final day by a 1-0 at Fratton Park. So for Pompey, no third straight playoff campaign. One of League One's giants will now spend at least a decade outside of English football's top 2 tiers. Portsmouth 0, Accrington 1. They miss out on the top 6.
But Carl Robinson's Oxford United have made it to the playoffs. He's already won 1 promotion in his managerial career. He will get the chance for a second. Oxford will play Blackpool in the playoff semi-finals. Sunderland will play Lincoln. Heartbreak for Charlton, who are missing out on goal difference. Katie Shanahan.
Oh, such a disappointing day for Charlton fans, as they've won here by 1-0. But as you say, it all came down to goal difference. They would have needed a huge win to beat Oxford if they'd had a chance to clinch that last playoff spot. It was a scrappy goal from a set piece. James Stockley with a diving header, only for Hull City's Josh Greaves to get the last touch into the back of the net. So more bad news for Charlton fans as they suffer a second blow after getting relegated from the Championship last season after another rollercoaster season in League One. However, for Hull City, they end the season on the high as they're champions of League One with 89 points and know that they'll be playing Championship football next season. It's finished here, Charlton 1, Hull City 0.
And one of the teams that Hull City will be playing in the Championship next season, of course, are Derby County, after an absolutely thrilling end to the EFL season yesterday. Sheffield Wednesday were relegated on 41 points after a 3-3 draw at Derby, who stayed up by a point. We've got Nader Manua, James Collins and Dion Dublin with us. Delighted to say we can bring in Derby coach Liam Rossini. Hiya, Liam.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Yeah.
Nice to hear from you.
Listen, I think we're all fine and relaxed. Has your heart slowed down a bit?
Just about. I got a very, very good night's sleeping last night. I was in bed by 9:30, absolutely exhausted. But we crossed we got it done, and that was the most important thing. And now we can look forward to trying to get this club back to where it should be, which is the upper echelons of this league, not the lower ones.
Liam, what would you say? Nadim here, by the way. What would you say? Great to hear from you again. What would you say the big changes are that need to happen for next season? Then, if you're gonna say be looking more towards the top half of the table instead of a relegation scrap like you've just been through there.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good question. Obviously, we've had a lot of interest in the club in terms of takeovers and the financial side of the club, which is really, really important. And then once we do know what's going to happen there, myself, Wayne, we've got ideas about where we want the team to go. And I think if you look at what this club has as an outstanding academy, we've got some outstanding young players coming through: Max Bird, Louis Sibley, Jason Knight, Lee Buchanan. The list is endless. But you'll know, because I remember being a young lad with you once upon a time, when you're a young player in a dressing room, you need help.
Yes.
You need help in terms of senior players that you've got in your squad. And I thought who was outstanding for us yesterday was Curtis Davis.
Yeah.
We've missed him.
Yeah.
We've missed him. Not just his ability as a player, but his demeanour in the dressing room, his temperament. And I think what summed up him as a man and a character was he did not train for 6 months, didn't have one training session, and said to Wayne and myself, look, I'm ready if you need me to come and head balls. And he snapped his Achilles. And that's the type of leader and character that we'll look for in the summer. And we've got some really, really good young players, and they just need help now from the senior players in that dressing room to really push them on and improve their game.
I can still get my boots out, lads, if you are desperate.
We're not that desperate.
we actually, Leah, we actually spoke to Curtis on Sports Report yesterday, and when we got him on the phone, the first thing he said to me was, he went, "Hiya, I'm just sitting on the living room floor, and I think I might just be here for a little while."
And El Ghazi as the attacking three playing behind Watkins. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, well, his side have got a real fixture pile up over the next 10 days, but he's named a strong team today with Henderson in goal, a back four of Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire and Shaw. Fred and McTominay, their two holder midfielders, with Greenwood, Bruno Fernandes and Pogba as the attacking three playing behind Rashford. It's a 2:05 kickoff, Aston Villa against Manchester United. Aston Villa take on Manchester United, and Dean Smith has named a strong team with Martinez in goal, a back four of Cash, Konza, Mings and Target, Douglas Luiz and McGinn, and the two holding midfielders with Traore, Barkley and El Ghazi as the attacking three playing behind Watkins. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, well, his side have got a real fixture pile-up over the next 10 days, but he's named a strong team today with Henderson in goal, a back four of Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire and Shaw, Fred and McTominay, the two holding midfielders with Greenwood, Bruno Fernandes and Pogba as the attacking three playing behind Rashford. It's a 2:05 kickoff, Aston Villa against Manchester United. Aston Villa take on Manchester United, and Dean Smith has named a strong team with Martinez in goal, a back four of Cash, Konza, Mings and Target, Douglas Luiz and McGinn, and the two holding midfielders with Traore, Barkley and El today with Henderson in goal, a back four of Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire and Shaw, Fred and McTominay, the two holding midfielders with Greenwood, Bruno Fernandes and Pogba as the attacking three playing behind Rashford. It's a 2:05 kickoff, Aston Villa against Manchester United. Aston Villa take on Manchester United, and Dean Smith has named a strong team with Martinez in goal, a back four of Cash, Konza, Mings and Target, Douglas Luiz and McGinn, and the two holding midfielders with Traore, Barkley and El Ghazi as the attacking three playing behind Watkins. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, well, his side have got a real fixture pile-up over the next 10 days, but he's named a strong team today with Henderson in goal, a back four of Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire and Shaw, Fred and McTominay, the two holding midfielders with Greenwood, Bruno Fernandes and Pogba as the attacking three playing behind Rashford. It's a 2:05 kickoff, Aston Villa against Manchester United. Aston Villa take on Manchester United, and Dean Smith has named a strong team with Martinez in goal, a back four of Cash, Konza, Mings and Target, Douglas Luiz and McGinn, and the two holding midfielders with Traore, Barkley and El Ghazi as the attacking three playing behind Watkins. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, well, his side have got a real fixture pile-up over the next 10 days, but he's named a strong team today with Henderson in goal, a back four of Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire and Shaw, Fred and McTominay, the two holding midfielders with Greenwood, Bruno Fernandes and Pogba as the attacking three playing behind Rashford. It's a 2:05 kickoff, Aston Villa against Manchester United. Aston Villa take on Manchester United, and Dean Smith has named a strong team with Martinez in goal, a back four of Cash, Konza, Mings and Target, Douglas Luiz and McGinn, and the two holding midfielders with Traore, Barkley and El Ghazi as the attacking three playing behind Watkins. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, well, his side have got a real fixture pile-up over the next 10 days, but he's named a strong team today with Henderson in goal, a back four of Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire and Shaw, Fred and McTominay, the two holding midfielders with Greenwood, Bruno Fernandes and Pogba as the attacking three playing behind Rashford. It's a 2:05 kickoff, Aston Villa against Manchester United. Aston Villa take on Manchester United, and Dean Smith has named a strong team with Martinez in goal, a back four of Cash, Konza, Mings and Target, Douglas Luiz and McGinn, and the two holding midfielders with Traore, Barkley and El Ghazi as the attacking three playing behind Watkins. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, well, his side have got a real fixture pile-up over the next 10 days, but he's named a strong team today with Henderson in goal, a back four of Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire and Shaw, Fred and McTominay, the two holding midfielders with Greenwood, Bruno Fernandes and Pogba as the attacking three playing behind Rashford. It's a 2:05 kickoff, Aston Villa against Manchester United. Aston Villa take on Manchester United, and Dean Smith has named a strong team with Martinez in goal, a back four of Cash, Konza, Mings and Target, Douglas Luiz and McGinn, and the two holding midfielders with Traore, Barkley and El Ghazi as the attacking three playing behind Watkins. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, well, his side have got a real fixture pile-up over the next 10 days, but he's named a strong team today with Henderson. Aston Villa take on Manchester United, and Dean Smith has named a strong team with Martinez in goal, a back four of Cash, Konza, Mings and Target, Douglas Luiz and McGinn, and the two holding midfielders with Traore, Barkley and El Ghazi as the attacking three playing behind Watkins. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, well, his side have got a real fixture pile-up over the next 10 days, but he's named a strong team today with Henderson in goal, a back four of Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire and Shaw, Fred and McTominay, the two holding midfielders with Greenwood, Bruno Fernandes and Pogba as the attacking three playing behind Rashford. It's a 2:05 kickoff, Aston Villa against Manchester United. It's a very warm welcome to this independent off-tube studio commentary. It's the 2:05 kickoff in the Premier League as Aston Villa take on Manchester United. The start of a very busy 10 days for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's side, trying to make up all those remaining fixtures. Not got an easy task at Villa Park this afternoon against a Villa side who have been a little bit hit and miss at home, it has to be said. Dean Smith's side just trying to pick up a little bit of form a draw against West Bromwich Albion last time they played at home, a 2-2 draw, but they did win away at Everton in their last game, whereas Manchester United fresh from that defeat away at Roma in the second leg, although of course they did have a very handsome lead from the first leg, getting through to the final. And after today, of course, United play against Leicester on Tuesday, against Liverpool on Thursday, then they play against Fulham on the 18th and wrap the season up away at Wolves. But the game is now underway, with Villa trying to go forward down the left-hand side border towards El Ghazi, just a little bit too high for him. Just to remind you of the two teams, Emiliano Martinez is in goal for Villa with a back four of Matty Cash, Ezri Konsa, Tyrone Mings and Matt Targett. The two holding midfielders are Douglas Luiz and John McGinn, with Bertrand Traore, Ross Barkley and Anwar El Ghazi as the three ahead of them. Ollie Watkins is the front man for Manchester United. Dean Henderson is in goal with the back four of Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Victor Lindelof, Harry Maguire and Luke Shaw. Scott McTominay and Fred are the two holding midfielders, with Mason Greenwood, Bruno Fernandes and Paul Pogba as the attacking three, playing behind Marcus Rashford. So the ball is now down the United left. Rashford trying to close down Matty Cash, but the ball is out for a Villa throw. In the earlier game today, we saw Wolves beating Brighton 2-1. Brighton led at half-time after a Lewis Dunk header. Dunk then got himself sent off at the start of the second half for a professional foul, before Wolves tried right until the end of the game before getting a late equaliser and then an even later winner to win the game 2-1. The equaliser for Wolves was scored on 76 minutes by substitute Adama Traore, with Morgan Gibbs-White scoring the winner on 90 minutes. But here at Villa Park, a couple of minutes gone, United in possession in their changed sort of a zebra kit that they have, the black and white strip. Villa, as always, in their home strip, and the ball is now down the right-hand side. It will be a throw to Manchester United. And we're now focusing on Jack Grealish. Villa's win percentage is 50% with him in the team this year, 27% without him. And they score 1.6 goals per game when he's in the team, just 1.1 when he's out of it. He has been a big miss for Villa, without a doubt, and it's been a longer miss than was expected. Initially, they didn't think he was going to be out injured for this long, but here come United now down the right-hand side. But Mason Greenwood gets all the way to the byline, tries to pull that ball back for Aaron Wan-Bissaka, but Anwar El Ghazi is back at the edge of his own area, and he clears that one down the middle. Lindelof now picks this one up for Manchester United, goes across towards Maguire. Back to Lindelof now, over towards the right-hand side for Scott McTominay, being closed down by Ross Barkley, who played forward. Barkley now has it here for Villa, and under pressure straight away from Fred, loses that ball. The Brazilian does well there to win that one back for Manchester United. And it's now with Lindelof, just looking up, playing it square to Harry Maguire, being closed down by Ollie Watkins. Maguire then goes out towards the left-hand side for Shaw. And Shaw playing it back towards Lindelof. Over towards the right-hand side now for Scott McTominay. Here is Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Nice bit of possession is for United. They've exchanged around 10-12 passes, but it's all still inside their own half. Not really able to cross the halfway line at the moment, as Villa have got a line of players trying to stop United. Maguire now does cross the halfway line, trying to find a long ball down the left-hand side for Luke Shaw. Shaw controls it. It's been closed down by Cash. And Cash and Shaw fighting for this one, and in the end Shaw loses his footing. He wasn't fouled though, but Rashford picks up the loose ball, and then Rashford tries to get a ball across, and Greenwood plays it back across the 6-yard box, but it's swept away. Wasn't sure initially if Rashford was trying to shoot, but it was just a shot that went wrong, or if he genuinely was trying to pick out Mason Greenwood at the far post. I think I'd like to give Rashford the benefit of the doubt that he was trying to pick out his teammate. Just see from this replay how Rashford positioned himself. I think he was trying to shoot there, Rashford. He got a bit of a deflection, actually, saying that, and that's what put it into the path of Mason Greenwood. He then pulled that ball back, but there was no one in the United shirt able to get that ball. Here comes Bruno Fernandes now, as United try again down the right-hand side this time. Fernandes going square towards Fred. Now it's with Mason Greenwood down the right-hand side. He did have Wan-Bissaka on the overlap, but Greenwood just preferring to play this one back towards McTominay. Fred now finding Paul Pogba. He plays it first time over towards Luke Shaw. Cross along the ground from Shaw is charged down by Matty Cash. It's out for a throw to Manchester United down the left-hand side. 5 minutes gone. Independent off-tube studio commentary. It is goalless between Aston Villa and Manchester United, but certainly the better start here from the visitors. Just getting into a bit more of a passing rhythm. It's Luke Shaw now waiting to restart play on the left-hand side. Just looking to try and pick out her teammates. A short ball to Pogba. It goes back to Shaw. And closed down by Cash and Traore. Now Shaw gets the ball back in and he's into the penalty area. He drives that across and Martinez, but he makes partial save. He could say he stops that ball from going towards goal, but he wasn't able to catch it. The ball is then cleared back into midfield, but here come Manchester United again with Greenwood down the right-hand side, heading towards the edge of the area. Lays the ball off now towards McTominay. Back towards Bruno Fernandes on the right-hand side. He lays it off now to Fred. Fred thought about shooting, then plays it to Rashford. Rashford back heels it now to Pogba. Pogba tries to thread a ball into the penalty area. I thought he might try and shoot from that sort of range, Pogba. It was a left-footed cross, which was easily claimed by Emiliano Martinez in the end. But they showed we're just getting a lovely build-up between Rashford and Shaw down the left-hand side. Shaw played the ball into Pogba. And then he got it back from Pogba, played it into Rashford. First time pass back from Rashford, and that was a shot from Luke Shaw, which was sort of parried up in the air by Emiliano Martinez before being cleared away. Villa now in possession with Douglas Luiz. Looks up Douglas Luiz, plays a square ball to Bertrand Traore. He's been closed down by Pogba and Shaw. He goes back to Cash. Now it's Konza and Mings swapping a couple of passes inside the Villa half. Mings over towards the left-hand side now for Matt Targett. He plays it quickly to Watkins. Watkins being closed down by Lindelof. Now it's with El Ghazi, who tries to shoot from 25 yards, Anwar El Ghazi. But the shot goes just wide. Never really caught it right, El Ghazi. Maybe it wasn't a bad idea to shoot early. Dean Henderson is playing into the sun in this first half. He's one of few goalkeepers, modern goalkeepers I've noted, Dean Henderson, who actually wears the baseball cap. It used to be standard equipment for a goalkeeper to come out any time of the season when there was potentially going to be some sunlight on the pitch. And say most goalkeepers nowadays don't really bother with the cap anymore. But I suppose that's also down to the fact that most modern stadiums these days, the way they're constructed, there isn't too much sunlight directly beaming down into the eyes of the players. But Henderson here feels like he needs to wear the cap. And his side so far having a bit of trouble here trying to get away from their own penalty area. Villa pressing here at the edge of the box. It's now back with Victor Lindelof back over towards the right-hand side. Wan-Bissaka now going back to Lindelof. You see these first 8 minutes, most of the time the ball is spending in midfield or in front of the Villa penalty area. Not too much happening in front of United's box at the moment. It is only 8 minutes gone though. There's a long ball now from Victor Lindelof down the left-hand side. It's a great ball and it's great control from Luke Shaw as well. Takes it down and then finds Pogba into the box. Pogba trying to play a 1-2 there with Bruno Fernandes. John McGinn gets in the way, but then Fred tries a left-footed effort from around 25 yards out. It's on target, but it's also down the middle. So although Martinez was always going to be a bit concerned about deflections and any kind of ricochet in front of him, in the end he could see that he was going to be able to make that save. Fred playing that one straight down the middle. Easy save in the end for the goalkeeper. And Emiliano Martinez now thought about taking a long goal kick, just rolled the ball to Ezri Konza. Rashford is still close by. So in the end he goes back to Konza. He's now being closed down by Rashford. Bruno Fernandes is close by as well. Cash now plays it forward to Traore, who is brought down. As Kavanagh says, that will be a free kick. Shaw bringing down Traore. Chance now for Villa to try and look up and send the long ball forward. Villa's remaining fixtures this season, following today's match, they play at home to Everton in midweek. They then have a game against Palace next Sunday. And they finish the season against two London sides, away to Spurs and then at home to Chelsea. So in fact, 3 London sides in a row for Villa at the end of the season. As far as Manchester United are concerned, I mentioned they've got a very busy 9 days coming up. Fascinating to see how they change the team for the fixtures coming up. I can't believe they were going to play the same team on Tuesday and on Thursday. So, although there might not be too many changes, do still have that huge match at the end of the season, of course, on the 26th of May when they play against Villarreal in the Europa League final. It's looking good odds that it could have been an all-English final just like we have in the Champions League, but Arsenal couldn't get past Villarreal in the second leg. Somewhat shy against Unai Emery in that final towards the end of May. But back here at Villa Park, it's throw on to Villa, getting towards the Manchester United penalty area. El Ghazi's dispossessed, but the loose ball picked up here by John McGinn. Goes back to Matt Targett down the left-hand side. Target's into the box. He puts a cross in, which is charged down by Aaron Wan-Bissaka. And the Villa players are certainly asking the question if Wan-Bissaka perhaps handled that as he was making the challenge. It's going to be a corner kick to Villa anyway, but whether or not there's any scope to say there might have been a penalty, let's just see from this angle. I'm not so sure. I mean, Wan-Bissaka is sliding in. He's actually pointing to his shoulder anyway. I don't know, it might just come off the elbow as he's sliding in, but I'm not so sure you could say there's any intent to play the ball with his hand there. And in any case, referee says play on. VAR don't want to take any more time checking this one. It's just a corner. It's a short corner as well. Barkley to Bertrand. Now back towards the edge of the area now for Matt Targett. He puts the ball into the box. It's too much on that. See so many teams playing these very complicated one-touch corner kicks, lay it off, then whip it in. In the meantime, half the team are offside, or the final cross is over hit or it's under hit. I just think sometimes whipping that ball into the edge of the 6-yard box, putting it in the mixer, as they used to say, I still think that would be an effective way to try and use those corner kicks. Not every time, of course, because then you can start to defend against that as well, but just put a little bit of doubt in between the goalkeeper and the defenders. If they've got all that time to then set themselves for a cross, which doesn't even reach its intended target anyway, it seems like a bit of a wasted exercise. But United now losing the ball at the edge of their own box. It's Scott McTominay dispossessed, and now El Ghazi puts the ball into Watkins. El Ghazi gets it back. He was under pressure, though, having to go back towards McGinn. Right-footed cross from McGinn, ends up inside the penalty area. Traore turns to try and fire, he claiming that it was deflected out for a corner, and it is going to be a corner kick to Villa. Again, United just a little bit pedestrian and trying to get rid of this ball. And chance now for Villa from this set piece. See how they want to use this one. Slowly arriving back inside the penalty area. You can see Konza and Mings just on the penalty spot. Watkins just a little bit behind them. You'd expect they're all going to start charging towards the edge of the 6-yard box once this ball is whipped in. Plenty of pushing and shoving inside the penalty area. That ball is now whipped in by Matt Targett. Straight into the 6-yard box. Header away by Harry Maguire. Whose ball picked up by Douglas Luiz. He goes back towards the halfway line now for Matty Cash. And now Barkley, he dropped a little bit deeper this time. United have set up at the edge of the area with their offside, but the ball in from Barkley is way over hit. No chance of getting on the end of that one. And that one is out for a goal kick. So after a very bright start from Manchester United in this match, Aston Villa have just responded in the last few minutes. First couple of minutes, United certainly dominating. There had a couple of good chances down the left-hand side. Luke Shaw had an effort which was saved by Martinez, and there was also a strike from Fred which was straight at the goalkeeper. Just in the last few minutes, though, Aston Villa have had a couple of half chances themselves. Scott McTominay was a bit slow in losing the ball at the edge of his own box, which gave Villa half a chance. There was also a decent corner kick whipped in from the right-hand side by Matt Targett before it was dealt with by Harry Maguire. But the home side just starting to find their feet a little bit more after a positive start from United at Villa Park. It is 0-0. Now back with Dean Henderson under pressure there from Ollie Watkins. Watkins sending that Henderson sending that ball long now towards Bruno Fernandes, and Fernandes under pressure there from Tyrone Mings. Now going out on that left-hand side. Mings with the attempted clearance. Bruno Fernandes charges it down, and Greenwood gets across and keeps it in place. So there's still a chance here for United as Fernandes puts a cross in which just deflects away from the path of Paul Pogba and into the arms of Emiliano Martinez. Keeper just waiting now for his teammates to get into position. He rolls it short to Douglas Luiz. Might be a bit risky because there are still Bruno Fernandes and Marcus Rashford fairly close by. In the end, Villa don't want to take that chance. They go back to Martinez. Long clearance from now up towards the halfway line. It's Douglas Luiz for Villa under pressure from Pogba out towards Cash on the right-hand side. Now it's Traore towards Douglas Luiz. The ball now over with Tyrone Mings on the left-hand side. Looks up and plays it short now towards Matt Targett. McGinn's ball forward is blocked by Wan-Bissaka. Fernandes now back to Greenwood. Greenwood's pass towards Rashford is blocked twice, and then the loose ball here with El Ghazi. Now he plays it towards Ollie Watkins, or Watkins passes it out towards the right-hand side for Bertrand Traore. He goes to ground, but a little bit too easy. But then Luke Shaw loses that ball a little bit too easily as well, and now it's Matt Cash playing it into Barkley. Barkley, though, couldn't control it at the edge of the area. It's a shame that for Villa. It's a decent half chance for them, but now it's United going forward with a ball over the top from Paul Pogba. Gets it in towards Marcus Rashford. Rashford breaks into the penalty area, finds Bruno Fernandes. The angles were against him. He was over on the left-hand side. He's a right footer, and he's trying to sort of guide that almost with the toe end towards the near post. But the angles say were against him. In the end, he just hits it straight ahead of himself, and the ball goes out for a goal kick. It will be a goal kick now for Aston Villa. 15 minutes gone. Independent off-tube studio commentary. Aston Villa 0, Manchester United 0. Brighter start from United. Decent response from Villa in just the last couple of minutes. It's United that are trying to get forward again now. Again, Villa insisting on trying to at least approach a short goal kick, but they've given up the last couple of times, realising there was just too many United players in the vicinity. Long ball now over towards Watkins on the halfway line, but United are back in possession with McTominay. Fernandes, though, dispossessed by Matt Targett, and now it's Douglas Luiz in midfield here for Aston Villa. Finds John McGinn straight away under pressure from Fred as he tries to turn. Fred brings him down, so it is going to be a free kick to Villa. Cons are now over towards the right-hand side for Matt Cash. Cons are over towards Mings. It's John McGinn. Long ball over the top from John McGinn, over towards that right-hand edge of the penalty area. Traore is chasing this one, but Luke Shaw, he doesn't want to take the chance. He's got a very fast and very skilled player, Traore, just behind him, so he tries to head it. He tried to get a bit of an angle there, the header there, Luke Shaw, as he was running back towards his own goal, and he wanted to avoid the corner kick, but he couldn't do it. Luke Shaw, by the way, in terms of his creativity, he's created more chances for his team than any other defender in the Premier League this season. And interestingly enough, just as we see that stat, we also see Alex Telles on the bench. Of course, the player that would be in the team had it not been for the good form of Luke Shaw. There was a time when Telles was getting picked ahead of Shaw, but just towards the end of the season, Shaw's form really has improved. Proved himself to be a very important player in the United starting 11. We've got this corner kick now for Villa on the right-hand side. Matt Targett is standing over it. Konza just turns to whisper something to Mings as well. We'll see how these two want to approach this corner as the ball is whipped in towards the back post. Once again, it's Maguire with the header away, and then Rashford clearing that one down the right-hand side, but straight to Douglas Luiz. So Villa are still in possession inside the United half. Now it's with Barkley. He goes back towards goes back towards Cash on the right-hand side. Now it's with Douglas Luiz. United in the meantime have pushed out a little bit, but there's still some space here for Villa to try and work inside the United half. Traore now down the right-hand side, playing it back in towards Konza. Konza playing it square to Tyrone Mings. Towards John McGinn. So Villa quite purposely here, not trying to risk it too much with playing long balls or too many attacking passes. Just quite happy to hold the ball in midfield and just keep it away from Manchester United. So shows a confidence in Villa that they are able to keep possession like this. Although, of course, if you do it for too long without too much variety, then there is going to be a chance that the opposition can get wise to it. The last 10 minutes, though, it has been a significant improvement. Villa with 61% possession, United with 39. Bertrand Traore brought down by Paul Pogba, who's very surprised now towards our referee Chris Kavanagh, like he can't believe that decision has gone against him. But Villa still choosing to play the free kick short. Had the option to try and go long towards the edge of the area, but it's now with Matt Targett on the left-hand side. Plays it forward now towards El Ghazi. El Ghazi laying this off for Targett. That one is deflected out by Wan-Bissaka. It's off Targett and out for a United throw. Down the right-hand side. Wan-Bissaka waiting to restart play. The bench for Villa, by the way, it's Carney Chukwuemeka and Jacob Ramsey, Courtney House, Ahmed El Mohammadi, Jaden Philogene Bades, Marvellous Nakamba, Kean Davis, Wesley and Tom Heaton, the goalkeeper. As for Manchester United, it's Nemanja Matic and Brandon Williams, Edinson Cavani, Axel Tuanzebe, Donny van der Beek, Alex Telles, Eric Bailly, Juan Mata and David De Gea on the bench for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer this afternoon. United now in possession with Lindelof bringing the ball forward up towards the halfway line. Plays it to Rashford, who drop a bit deeper this time. Rashford has got Bruno Fernandes on the right-hand side. Fernandes' ball in. Well, it was overhit, Fernandes, and even if it had been a little bit shorter in terms of the height of it, it's still far too quick for Mason Greenwood, because I'm assuming that Green was the only intended target. There's no one else in the box. But that ball from Bruno Fernandes had too much on it. Villa didn't enjoy too much possession in the meantime, though. Just a long clearance towards the United penalty area. And the visitors now back in possession with Victor Lindelof and Harry Maguire, slowly bringing the ball forward. Here's Maguire again, closed down by Watkins. Forward to Fred, now over towards McTominay. McTominay now finding Bruno Fernandes out towards the right-hand side. Here is chance now for Marcus Rashford under pressure. Ball goes out for a throw to Manchester United. The ball now going back towards Fernandes. Fernandes playing it back to McTominay. Now Fred being closed down by McGinn. And United forced to go back towards Lindelof, who's just inside his own half here, but United still in possession, trying to get that possession stat back in their favour. Maguire plays a good ball out towards Shaw, down the left-hand side. He gets to the edge of the area, finds Mason Greenwood, whose miscued shot almost turns out like a perfect pass towards Marcus Rashford. But he was well blocked there by Mings, and now it's Villa trying to break out down the left-hand side. El Ghazi drops the shoulder and gets away from Bruno Fernandes, plays it forward now to Ross Barkley, who's brought down by Victor Lindelof. Free kick to Aston Villa down the left-hand side. So that was a good ball in from Luke Shaw down the left-hand side, and it was Mings just ahead of Rashford. Rashford. Let's say that wasn't a pass to Rashford, it was a strike from Mason Greenwood, which just came off the toe end, and it ended up like being a good pull towards his strike partner. And then the ball now sent up towards the edge of the United penalty area. It's now back with Dean Henderson. Clearance from the goalkeeper, taken down by Rashford, but it looks like there might have been an offside there against Rashford. I think he was still coming back towards his own half. Now to Villa around about the halfway line. 23 minutes gone, independent of Tube Studio commentary. Still goalless between Villa and Manchester United. Two more games coming up in the Premier League this afternoon and this evening at 4:30. West Ham United take on Everton, and at 7 p.m. Arsenal take on West Bromwich Albion. Here come Villa now down the left-hand side with Douglas Luiz. It's the ball in to Anwar El Ghazi, back to Douglas Luiz. He then plays it back towards Matt Targett. Under pressure there, Targett runs straight into Mason Greenwood, but Villa still with the ball inside the United half, heading towards the penalty area. Douglas Luiz plays it into Bertrand Traoré, tries to turn, and it's a great strike from Bertrand Traoré. Goodness me, where's that come from? It looks like he was being stopped there by Victor Lindelof. The angles were all against him, and he suddenly turns and swipes at it with his superb left foot into the top corner. And on 23 minutes, Aston Villa take the lead. And what a great strike this is from Bertrand Traoré. It's Mason Greenwood trying to bring the ball away for United. The ball's then popped up in the air by Targett. John McGinn then finds Douglas Luiz, and Luiz finds Traoré. He tries to turn. Lindelof blocks him initially, but then the second ball comes back to Bertrand Traoré. Doesn't seem like he's got any angle to shoot, but it really is an excellent strike into the top corner, and absolutely no chance for Dean Henderson. And so Aston Villa take the lead on 23 minutes. And what a strike this is from Bertrand Traoré. After the ball was played into him at the edge of the area by Douglas Luiz, Traoré tries to turn and get that ball onto his left foot. He's actually stopped by Victor Lindelof, who just flicks the ball away a yard or two. But then Traoré, without even looking to see where the goal is, gets that ball and just swipes at it with his left foot, laces it right into the top corner. A fantastic strike, no chance for Dean Henderson. And Villa, who started slow in this match but have started to see more and more of the ball in attack, have now taken the lead. It's Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 0. Bit of a glum face there on Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. He probably thought that Victor Lindelof was going to be in a position to deal with that, but to say he probably felt as though he dealt with the initial threat, just flicked that ball away from Traoré, so it was almost like he had no angle to try and shoot a goal. He's going to have to try and turn me again, and all of a sudden Traore just hits it anyway and finds the top corner. A fantastic strike. And here come Manchester United now. They need to respond quickly with Shaw down the left-hand side. Finds Rashford. Rashford being stopped here by Matt Cash, but Rashford still keeps it alive. He gets the ball into the edge of the 6-yard box. Mings is there and puts that ball out for a corner. And there were United players waiting if Mings hadn't have been there. There was Greenwood and Bruno Fernandes waiting just at the edge of the 6-yard box. And the ball is out for a corner. For United to respond as quickly as possible here. Bruno Fernandes sets this one up on the left-hand side. Fitted in swinger, the Portuguese international into the 6-yard box. Oh, it's just over the head of Harry Maguire. And Konza just behind him sweeps the ball away. A goal scorer, Bertrand Traore, is then brought down just at the edge of his own area by Scott McTominay. But Villa won't mind that too much, just slows things down. This makes it that much more difficult for United to get into a rhythm again, having conceded that goal. So Aston Villa, that's lead on 23 minutes. That strike from Bertrand Traore. As I said, they'll want to just slow things down a bit more. They're going to expect a response here from Manchester United over the next 5, 10, 15 minutes. Got around 19 minutes to play before half-time. It's a free kick now taken by Emiliano Martinez, was for the foul at the edge of the area from McTominay. Ball now played up towards the edge of the United penalty area, but there's going to be a free kick in the visitors' favour this time. Fernandes just caught there as he was trying to go for that ball. There will be a chance now for United to get the ball, play the ball long. Well, United are top of the league in terms of wins from after having conceded first. They've won 9 matches this season where they've conceded first. Leicester City and Liverpool are the next two on that list with 5 and 4 respectively. So United really are. That's an excellent stat to have to be trailing in 9 Premier League matches and come back and win them. And we'll see if they can make it double digits today with the 10th time they can come back to win a match having conceded first. They're trying to get that equaliser first of all. Possession down the right-hand side with McTominay, finding Wan-Bissaka. His cross is flicked up in the air by Douglas Luiz. He heads that one away to avoid the corner, but he actually heads it straight to Wan-Bissaka. So still a chance here for him to try and get a cross in. He plays it back towards McTominay. And now Bruno Fernandes back towards Lindelof on the halfway line. Ollie Watkins is there trying to make a nuisance of himself. He crashes into Scott McTominay as well. So McTominay picks himself up. Doesn't to be too much wrong with him there. And United now back in possession with Maguire. Back to Lindelof. Towards McTominay on the right-hand side. Somebody now playing it forward to Rashford. McTominay, Rashford now turning and threading a great ball through towards Wan-Bissaka. First time cross, maybe he didn't need to cross it first time. He wanted to get it in early, but Mings is able to put that one out for a corner. Just thinking that if Wan-Bissaka takes a touch or two, he can set himself and really try and put in an inch perfect pass, because there were 2 United players waiting in the box. Paul Pogba and Mason Greenwood were both there, but the ball never reaches them. It's going to be a corner kick to Manchester United down the right-hand side. It's fair to say that Emiliano Martinez right now is surrounded by players, where certainly there's a cluster of them. 9 players stood in front of the goalkeeper here. Combination of Villa and United players. So he's going to have to negotiate quite a bit of traffic here, Martinez, if he wants to come out for this one. The ball is whipped in. It's too much whip, though. Straight onto the head of Ezri Konza, who's easily able to get that one away. Back towards the halfway line. Here is Wan-Bissaka, usually the last man back for Manchester United. Plays it to Bruno Fernandes, who dropped a bit deeper. And now Pogba back to Bruno Fernandes, getting towards the penalty area. Fernandes finds Greenwood. Greenwood's ball in. It's cleared back towards the halfway line. Closed down here by Ollie Watkins. And now the ball pouncing on the halfway line. Towards Bertrand Traore, who's dispossessed by Harry Maguire. Maguire's unhappy there. He feels as though he might have been impeded there as he was trying to clear that one. 2 assistant referees this afternoon. So Hatzidakis and this is Massey. Massey there on that occasion didn't feel as though there was a foul on Maguire. But the throw for Villa goes straight to Maguire, and he then finds Pogba down the left. He's under pressure from Cash, but it will be a United throw now down the left-hand side. And they'll be able to try and get this ball away from their own penalty area. 30 minutes gone. Independent off-tube studio commentary from Villa Park. Aston Villa leading Manchester United by a goal to 0. Scored by Bertrand Traore, and it was a great goal from Bertrand Traore as well on 24 minutes. That was after a bright start from United, where they had a fair amount of possession in and around the Villa penalty area, but only really a couple of half chances. There was the strike from Luke Shaw at a tight angle. There was a strike from Mason Greenwood, which ended up almost being a perfect pass to Marcus Rashford after he miscued it slightly. And there was also an effort from Fred, which went straight down the middle. Villa, in fairness, haven't had too many chances apart from the goal that they scored, but it was an excellent goal. Now United have lost the ball inside their own half. McTominay dispossessed, and here come Villa now down the left-hand side with Anwar El Ghazi being stopped here by Wan-Bissaka. El Ghazi still trying to trick his way past Wan-Bissaka. He stands up the ball, but it's too much height on that one, and it's an easy save for Dean Henderson in the end. Just waiting for his teammates to get into a better position. He thought about clearing it long. Henderson just decides to roll it here to Lindelof. Square now to Maguire. Over to Shaw down the left-hand side. He's stopped by Traore. And the ball is now out for a throw to Manchester United down the left-hand side. Shaw is waiting with this one. Shaw looking up, not seeing any options to pass though. Little time here to take this throw. Luke Shaw gets it in towards Rashford. He plays it back to Pogba. 3 Villa players around Paul Pogba though, and as he tries to move forward, in the end he plays the ball out. It's going to be a throw to Villa now, taken by Cash on the right-hand side. For an option here, Cash. It's Traore who's just ahead of him. As I mentioned, Villa's home form in the Premier League this season hasn't been great. If we look at their last 8 games, Villa have won just 2 of them at home. That was back in early February when they beat Arsenal 1-0, and back in early April when they beat Fulham 3-1. The remaining 6 games that Villa have played in that time have been defeats or draws. Defeats against Leicester, Spurs and Manchester City. In fairness, the opposition in those particular games were of a higher calibre as well as draws against Wolves and West Bromwich Albion. There was also a defeat to West Ham right at the beginning of February as well, so it's not been good form for Villa at home. And saying that, their away form in the last 10 games hasn't been great either. Villa have just gone off the boil a little bit towards the end of this season, but that said, they made a very good start. And I actually think that Dean Smith, although considering they were newly promoted last season and were candidates for relegation for most of last season, the fact that they're now in 11th place and they're 21 points clear of the relegation zone, you'd say that's a good result for Villa. But I would reckon that ambitious Dean Smith and his players and coaches would say that considering how Villa started this season, they'll probably be a little bit disappointed they're not maybe sort of rooted in that top 10. Looking at teams like Leeds United ahead of Aston Villa, although if Villa were to win today, they would jump ahead of Leeds. And they still have a game in hand over Leeds United after they've played today, so they still have a chance of getting back into that top 10 and securing their spot in the top 10. They'll start to be looking at perhaps catching Everton in 8th place. Currently 8 points off Spurs in 7th. That might just be a little bit too much of a bridge to cross in terms of the limited number of games left before the end of the season. But a bit of a slowdown in midfield momentarily. Now we're back underway with United trying to get forward. Run down the middle here from Greenwood. Gets the ball towards Shaw down the left-hand side. Shaw's cross is too close to Emiliano Martinez. He effectively just has to lie on his side and stop the ball getting across him. He didn't really have to change his position at all from being stood just in the middle of his 6-yard box. So Shaw's got to get a bit more whip on this cross to actually give his teammates half a chance. And you can see Bruno Fernandes there throwing his arms up in frustration and seeing his teammates wasting that crossing opportunity. But Villa give the ball away almost immediately in midfield. Here come United now with Rashford laying it off to Bruno Fernandes. Well, now it might be the turn of Bruno Fernandes' teammates to throw their arms up in the air in frustration, because he should have done a little bit better with that one. He could have looked up to try and play a quick 1-2 with Rashford. Instead, he decides to take an early shot from around 25 yards out. but the strike goes a long way over the bar. So, we've had 10 shots so far in this match, 3 from Villa, 7 from United. United lead 2-1 in shots on target, but it's Villa who lead the match by a goal to nil. So that's effort from Bertrand Traoré was the only shot on target from Villa. It's given us the only goal. At Villa Park, United have responded well, having conceded that goal. They've had a couple of half chances, and they've wasted a couple of opportunities as well. A good opportunity down the left-hand side for Luke Shaw, but the cross was far too close to Emiliano Martinez. There was also an effort from Bruno Fernandes, which went a long way over the bar. Villa have tried to just slow the game down a little bit. They've had a couple of chances to get forward themselves, but it's been more with long balls trying to catch United out. They're not doing too much in terms of possession play, trying to get forward, because they are just trying to slow the game down a little bit to try and maintain this lead and not allow United too much space to get forward. But United certainly are leading it in terms of the stats. They've had 7 shots to Villa's 3. They're seeing more of the ball in the last 10 minutes or so, but it's still Villa who lead by a goal to nil. Here come United now down the left-hand side. Shaw's ball in towards Pogba. Pogba at the edge of the area just takes down Bertrand Traoré, and that is going to be a free kick to Aston Villa. I mean, he's a little bit unlucky there, Pogba, because I think he's got control of the ball. He just lays it off in front of himself, and then at that point Traoré steps in between Pogba and the ball. So Pogba's already started to motion to go towards taking a shot, and that's when he catches Bertrand Traoré. Interesting stat actually in terms of how the fouls have gone in this match so far. We've had 11 fouls in this match, 1 foul from Aston Villa, 10 fouls from Manchester United. So United frustrated in trying to get that ball back and trying to create opportunities, and they're giving some free kicks away as well. Mings now playing the ball back towards Martinez. Long clearance now from the goalkeeper. Shaw now plays it back towards Harry Maguire. Now it's with Fred over towards the left-hand side. Shaw with options ahead of him. He could have played it short to Bruno Fernandes. He plays it into Rashford. First time pass from Rashford into Pogba, breaking into the box, but a combination of Cash and Konza stopping Pogba in his tracks. The ball now cleared towards midfield, and Traoré plays it square now to Douglas Luiz. He plays an early ball, but it's not a good ball. It's a shame as well, because there was space for Anwar El Ghazi down that left-hand side, but Douglas Luiz's pass is pretty much behind Anwar El Ghazi, so no chance really. Interesting stat for Bruno Fernandes that he's had 8 shots in the last 8. So he's had 21 shots in the last 8 matches for Manchester United. He's also created 18 chances, but he has just been a little bit off the pace, I think, Bruno Fernandes, possibly because his arrival at Old Trafford was such an impact. He pretty much carried that team when he first arrived. So I think we've all become used to Bruno Fernandes always being that unstoppable, but he's playing well rather than playing very well at the moment, I suppose you could say. As Pogba now in possession for United, just at the edge of the Villa penalty area, going back towards Scott McTominay. And now it's with Fred. Bruno Fernandes to Luke Shaw. On the left-hand side, Shaw into Bruno Fernandes, threads that back to Shaw. He tries to get a shot away, he can't quite do it, but Rashford keeping the ball alive, plays into McTominay. Rashford back to Bruno Fernandes inside the penalty area, as is now laid off, and Rashford with the strike, but it's down the middle, and a good save in the end from Martinez. Patient build-up there from United. The strike in the end, it was on target, but it was Rashford hitting it with his right foot from the right-hand side of the penalty area, curling it pretty much towards where the goalkeeper was stood. So unless he really gets some whip on that, Rashford, and real power, didn't seem like there was much chance of doing too much to surprise the goalkeeper. On clearance now from Martinez, goes out for a throw to United down the left-hand side. Still relatively close to their own penalty area. It's with Luke Shaw now. That ball in towards Bruno Fernandes. Now we're played back towards Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Side now to Mason Greenwood. Now a ball over the top here from McTominay, looking for Pogba. Cash's header away, almost dropped to Pogba, but Konza was reacting quickly to at least partially clear that. Fred keeps it alive here for United. Now it's with Greenwood, breaks into the box and tries a right-footed strike, which is only partially saved by Martinez, and then the rebound was controlled by Konza, but because Konza was facing his own goal, he actually played that ball back towards his own goal line before finally clearing it. There was probably a heart-in-mouth moment there for Martinez that his defender was going to score an own goal there, but Konza in the end able to deal with that, and in fairness he still had about a yard before he really had to start panicking. But this was decent from Greenwood. I'm happy to see that Greenwood's using his right foot more and more as well. He's got a fantastic left foot, Mason Greenwood, but if he can get into a mode of being two-footed early on in his career, he really will have a superb weapon there, and being able to use both feet. Saw him score an excellent goal with his right foot recently as well. Possession in the last 10 minutes, 73% for Manchester United, 27% for Aston Villa. So the visitors are starting to see more and more of the ball, but still not too much happening in front of goal. Just a little bit more, I suppose, than what we were seeing straight after Villa had scored. But United would still like to have a little bit more of an attacking say in this match. It was a free kick to Manchester United. And the referee, Chris Kavanagh, just wouldn't allow it to be taken straight away. Just wanted to have a quick word with John McGinn first. It's McTominay here for United, a square to Maguire. Maguire down the left-hand side, finding Shaw. His ball is behind Paul Pogba. It's now picked up here by Douglas Luiz, out towards Bertrand Traoré. Then plays it back towards Cash. Cash now a square to Konza. So back towards Tyrone Mings. Mings with a long clearance now down the middle. Ball bouncing just in front of the penalty area, headed away by Lindelof. And then Maguire was caught there by Bertrand Traoré. So Maguire looking a little bit frustrated there towards the referee, like he might have expected a yellow card there for Traoré. It's quite a painful one there. Traoré has tried to go for the ball, but he does catch Lindelof on the foot. Now United going forward here with Rashford, finding Greenwood. Back to Rashford, heading towards the penalty area. Rashford was shaping to shoot, just plays it square now towards Wan-Bissaka. Wan-Bissaka's ball in is just a little bit too high for Bruno Fernandes. Konza with the header away, and then Konza hits the deck. I mean, the referee is pointing to Konza's head, or so he's pointing to his own head, saying, well, it's a head injury. It's not a head injury. It's Ezri Konza who's hurt his left knee there. So potentially United, a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card there for Aston Villa, because, as I say, Rashford, United captain, straight over towards the referee. I mean, there is a bit of an elbow there from Bruno Fernandes into Ezri Konza, but there's no contact with his head. He gets an elbow to the chest, and as a result of that, I think he falls awkwardly and lands badly on his left knee. That's what's causing him the problems now. But clearly saw, as soon as he hit the deck, referee Chris Kavanagh stopped play and pointed to two fingers to his head, as if to say, well, there's a head injury, I have to stop play because of that. But I'm afraid on this occasion there was no head injury. I suppose better to be safe than sorry in that kind of situation. If it was a serious head injury and the referee allowed play to go on, well, obviously he would be getting all kinds of criticism for that, and rightfully so. It's got to be safety first. But on this occasion, United still would have had a half chance to get some kind of activity. Now, you can see here Bruno Fernandes is chasing the ball, because United are saying it should be a drop ball after play was stopped. And so Emiliano Martinez put the ball down on the ground, and immediately Bruno Fernandes, maybe just for show, or maybe he genuinely thought he could do it, just charged at the goalkeeper as if to say, well, the ball's back in play now, so I can try and pick this off him. But it is now going to be Emiliano Martinez given the chance to clear this one. I should also point out that there probably was enough scope to say there was a free kick there for Villa anyway. I did think there was a bit of an elbow in the chest there from Bruno Fernandes into Konza, which is what caused him to fall awkwardly. He's fine, by the way. He's back on the field now. Just needed a moment with the physio. Got around 90 seconds left to play in this first half. Independent off-tube studio commentary. Aston Villa leading Manchester United by a 1-0. Goal scored by Bertrand Traoré on 24 minutes. Since that goal, United have progressively got more and more into the game. I mean, they started off well as well, United, but there was that little period for Villa when they just started to see a little bit more of the ball. United are now trying to really ram home that advantage, but still struggling really to create chance after chance. Only a couple of times where Martinez has really been called into action. Now a long ball for going from left to right was a bit too quick there for Wan-Bissaka. He couldn't keep it in play. It is a throw to Aston Villa now down the left-hand side.
Target is standing with this one. From Target into Ross Barkley. A pretty quiet half for Ross Barkley, considering we've seen a fair amount of Bertrand Traore and a little bit of Anwar El Ghazi as well. Would like to see Ross Barkley getting into the game a bit more. So the ball now played back towards Villa goalkeeper Martinez. So with Mings now on the left-hand side. Is it in towards McGinn, now to Cash on the right-hand side. We're into injury time at the end of this first half. Just waiting for our fourth official to confirm. It's Martin Atkinson who's our fourth official, just to confirm how much injury time there is going to be. I think yes, confirmation is just 1 minute now that we've got to play. Less than that now, really, as Villa push forward down the right here with Cash. Just gets stuck with the ball a little bit, but plays it out towards Traore. He's got Shaw in front of him. Traore's cross towards the back post. Ooh, and El Ghazi applauds the cross, although he couldn't do anything with it. He actually moved forward a little bit too soon there, I think, Anwar El Ghazi. So by the time he was jumping for the ball, he was actually behind him. But United take a short goal kick, and that's a real centre-forwards tackle there from Ollie Watkins. He is going to get a nailed-on yellow card for that one. As you say, he was just Villa were trying to put a bit of pressure on United taking this short goal kick, and Ollie Watkins slides in and takes down Harry Maguire. Wasn't a good challenge from Ollie Watkins. Third booking of the season for the former Brentford man. And the ball is now over on the right-hand side. Lindelof's clearance doesn't go very far at all. McGinn plays it into Watkins, edge of the area. Watkins with the strike, a one-handed save from Henderson. Keeps the ball out, and that may well be the last action of this first half. We've had the full minute of injury time, and that is the end of the first half. Chris Kavanagh calling time on a half which has been frustrating for Manchester United. They've had more of the ball, they've had more chances, but an absolute worldie from Bertrand Traore gives Villa the lead here at half time, and I'm back in 15 minutes for second half of Tube Studio commentary. Half-time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half-time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half-time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil.
Half-time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they lead by a goal to nil. Half-time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the half quite strongly as well, with a couple of half chances, efforts from Greenwood and from Rashford, but Villa holding on. They lead by a goal to nil. Half-time at Villa Park, Aston Villa lead Manchester United by a goal to nil. It was a fabulous strike from Bertrand Traore. He got the ball at the edge of the area from Douglas Luiz. He was initially stopped by Victor Lindelof, but he still had a chance. It was slightly at the wrong angle, but he managed to sweep his left foot across it and find the top corner. A fantastic strike from Bertrand Traore. That was after a really good start from Manchester United, albeit they didn't have too many chances. They ended the...
Well, it's a very warm welcome back to second half independent off-tube studio commentary from the game at Villa Park. Villa leading against Manchester United by a goal to nil, following a goal from Bertrand Traore. Great strike on 24 minutes to give Villa the lead. That was after a good start from Manchester United and a good finish as well. Good end of the half for United, albeit they need to be a little bit more clinical in terms of their finishing. Most of their efforts going off target in the first half. But Villa just push back into their own half towards the end, and they'll be looking to try and just push out a little bit more in the second half. If they end up getting bogged down at the edge of their own area, they will just be encouraging attacks from United as Douglas Luiz bumps into Scott McTominay. First foul of the second half. Just to remind you of the two teams, there haven't been any changes. So for Villa, it's Emiliano Martinez in goal with the back four of Matty Cash, Ezri Konsa, Tyrone Mings and Matt Targett. The two holder midfielders, Douglas Luiz and John McGinn. Three ahead of them, Bertrand Traore, Ross Barkley and Anwar El Ghazi, with Ollie Watkins as the from I'll do the United side in just a second, because they are on the attack now down the left-hand side. Rashford finds Pogba. Pogba's ball to the edge of the 6-yard box. It's only partially cleared. And then Bertrand Traore at the edge of his own area gets bumped into by Luke Shaw. Free kick in favour of Villa, although Luke Shaw certainly doesn't agree with that decision. United are top scorers in the Premier League this season for second half goals with 41, and it's Leicester with 38, Liverpool and Man City with 34. So United will certainly be hoping to call on that. As well as that, I mentioned in the first half the stat that United are league leaders in terms of getting points from losing positions this season as well. So it's a job certainly not done here for Villa. But the United 11 for the second half, it is Dean Henderson in goal, a back four of Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Victor Lindelof, Harry Maguire and Luke Shaw. The two holder midfielders are Fred and Scott McTominay. The three ahead of them, Mason Greenwood, Bruno Fernandes and Paul Pogba, with Marcus Rashford up front. Here are Villa now down the left-hand side with Targett, plays it into Watkins. Back to Targett, inside now to El Ghazi, under pressure from McTominay. That was a strong challenge, but a fair one, says referee Chris Kavanagh. We play on, and here is Greenwood now bringing the ball out for Manchester United. Rolls it to Fred. Fred plays an early ball towards the right-hand edge of the penalty area here for Bruno Fernandes. Flag stays down. Fernandes tees it up for Pogba. Pogba's strike gets a deflection, which wrong foots Emiliano Martinez. He was diving towards the right. The ball was going towards the left, but the ball also deflects out for a corner. In the end, the strike was wide after that deflection, but Pogba saw his chance. The effort deflects off the hip of Tyrone Mings, just comes off his side, and it definitely sent his goalkeeper the wrong way, but it also deflected a long way away from goal. Luckily, as far as Aston Villa are concerned. So a corner kick to Manchester United on this right-hand side. Shaw is standing over this one, but he can't take the corner kick yet because there's a bit of pushing and shoving inside the box between Douglas Luiz and Scott McTominay. Just coming across to ask for a bit of order. We're going to see this corner kick now from Luke Shaw. Whips that ball in towards the 6-yard box. Good punch away from Emiliano Martinez. Ball drops at the edge of the area, and Bruno Fernandes plays it across to Fred. Now the ball in from Pogba from the left-hand side is cleared away. Fred now in possession, going back towards the halfway line for Wan-Bissaka, who's the last man back for Manchester United. Leaves the ball for Henderson without his baseball cap now for the second half. Clears it long towards Pogba down the left-hand side. The ball is back on the halfway line though. United still in possession here with Shaw. The pressure from McGinn. Going back now towards McTominay in the middle. He plays it square to Bruno Fernandes. McTominay is off down the left-hand side. Finds a chance now for finds a ball in for Rashford. Rashford's ball into the penalty area is cleared away by Konsa. Out for a throw to United down the left-hand side. Pogba and Rashford play a quick 1-2. Now the ball towards the edge of the area was intended for Scott McTominay. It doesn't reach him though. Ball is now cleared into midfield. Ollie Watkins having to track back into his own half. John McGinn then gets, John McGinn gets brought down by Bruno Fernandes, but referee says no foul. And then a ball played early from McGinn over towards the right-hand side, and Barkley's away. The flag stays down. Barkley now getting towards the edge of the area. Tees it up for El Ghazi, who strikes it. It's on target, but it's not too powerful from Anwar El Ghazi. And he had time, the goalkeeper Henderson there, to get down and make the save. Oh, I tell you what, I don't think the goal would have stood. Maybe it's just as well that it was saved by the goalkeeper, because I think that looking at that replay, I think Barkley may have been offside when that ball was played to him in the first place. So it's probably just as well that from Villa's point of view, they wouldn't have got too excited about scoring a second, only to have it chalked off. But here come United now down the right-hand side with Greenwood. Plays it back to Bruno Fernandes. Now it's with McTominay. Back to Greenwood, edge of the area. He's got Pogba square. He's got Rashford slightly over on the left, but Greenwood tries to take them all on. He tries to skip the players, runs into Matt Targett, who then dispossesses him. Now Ross Barkley tries to say that's not a good ball, though. He trying to play the ball forward. There was options of either Traore or Watkins. The pass from Barkley went in between the two of them, and here come United now with Wan-Bissaka playing the ball into Pogba, who breaks into the penalty area, edge of the 6-yard box. Oh, it was Pogba brought down there by Douglas Luiz. Referee Chris Kavanagh says yes, and it is going to be a penalty to Manchester United. Douglas Luiz initially was frustrated at the referee. Now he turns and he's frustrated with his teammate Ezri Konsa. Let's have a look. I mean, it didn't seem like it was the most glaring foul, but at the same time, he doesn't get the ball here, Douglas Luiz. Pogba's losing his balance, and then as Douglas Luiz puts his foot in, I don't think he gets any of the ball at all. No, it's a knee straight into the back of Paul Pogba, and the referee is in no doubt. Gives the penalty kick straight away. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a foot into the back of Pogba, and there's no attempt, and he doesn't get any of the ball, so I'm not really sure how we can say that's not a penalty. It's always a risk when you go in the penalty area, try and win the ball, don't make any contact with the ball, and now Bruno Fernandes is trying to place the ball down, although Villa players are doing what they can to try and delay this penalty being taken. Fernandes has 20 out of 21 penalties scored for Manchester United. Well, as we know, you're going to get plenty of practice to take penalties if you're a United penalty kick taker. They do statistically get a lot of them, but it's Bruno Fernandes with a little hop and a skip, and he sends the goalkeeper the wrong way, and Manchester United are level on 52 minutes. Penalty converted by Bruno Fernandes. Frustration for Douglas Luiz. So early on in the second half, there's an equaliser for Manchester United. It's from the penalty spot. Douglas Luiz with a bit of a clumsy challenge on Paul Pogba. He had a couple of chances. Pogba was already losing his balance. Then Douglas Luiz was the wrong side of him, put a foot in and brought Pogba down. Referee Chris Kavanagh gave the penalty, and Bruno Fernandes, normally deadly from the spot, is able to get the ball into the back of the net. He sent the goalkeeper the wrong way. A bit of a hop and a skip as he stepped up to the ball, but the ball is in the back of the net. Moments before that, United equalised. Villa had a great chance with a strike from Anwar El Ghazi after a breakout from Ross Barkley. There may have been an offside in the build-up to that as well. But United, they were trying towards the end of the first half. They now finally have an equaliser. It's Villa 1, Manchester United 1. Villa now playing out towards the right-hand side. Barkley finding Traore. Traore under pressure there, losing the ball, and now it's Maguire's ball towards Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes tried to play that one in early towards Mason Greenwood. So that one is cleared out for a throw. Target was the one who got on the end of that one. It's a really good header from Rashford to find Bruno Fernandes, and he played it early towards Greenwood. Well, it was certainly the right side there, but it was also good defending there from Target to win that, to clear that ball out. United still in possession inside the Villa half here with Aaron Wan-Bissaka. So now to Greenwood, to Wan-Bissaka. There is Scott McTominay now finding Mason Greenwood, breaking into the penalty area, charged down by Matt Target, and the ball deflects off Wan-Bissaka. He chases this one all the way to the line, but it is out for a Villa goal kick. It'll be interesting to see how Villa respond from having conceded that goal. So their plan would have been to try and frustrate United and potentially try and get a second. That equaliser early on in the second half. We're only at 54 minutes now, depending off Tube Studio commentary. 1-1 between Villa and Manchester United. Now it's Villa trying to play out from the back. Bertrand Traore, that's a heavy touch from him after the pass from Cash. Puts the ball out, and this is a throw to United, already quite close to the Villa penalty area. Quick throw from Shaw, gets it back from Bruno Fernandes, and now is Shaw, and Fernandes playing a quick one too. Shaw into the box is stopped, and now a chance here for Ross Barkley to bring the ball away for Villa. Plays it down the right hand side here for Bertrand Traore. He's being closed down by Pogba, then Traore puts it onto his left foot, gets the ball into the box, looking for Ollie Watkins. That's only partially cleared by Victor Lindelof. Second ball here with Douglas Luiz. He plays it in towards Traore, and he tried to hit it first time to get it across the 6-yard box, but it wasn't to be, and that one is cleared long towards the Villa penalty area now. It's a shame that one for Traore. He could have just got a bit of better contact on that one, and he could have tried to have played it square to a teammate as well, or at least tried to get it back closer to Ollie Watkins. As McGinn now fighting to keep the ball alive here for Villa. Runs the ball out. It's going to be a throw to United. Taken quickly by Fred. Bruno Fernandes closed down by Konza. Now it's with Barkley here for Villa, stopped by a combination of Shaw and Pogba. And Shaw with the ball now for Manchester United. Leaves it for Paul Pogba, plays it square now to Fred. As United move the ball forward. Now with Bruno Fernandes out towards Wan-Bissaka on the right-hand side. Close to the penalty area. Wan-Bissaka gets it into Greenwood, who rolls. It's a strike from Greenwood, and it's in the back of the net. He managed to turn Tyrone Mings and fired it at the near post. And Manchester United, having trailed at the start of this second half, have now completely reversed this match. They now lead by 2-1, and there are defensive errors here for Villa without a doubt. There was far too much space there for Greenwood, and Tyrone Mings, he should really be able to stop Greenwood turning so easily onto his left foot. He's too close to him. He allows him to turn onto his left. But then I suppose Tyrone Mings would still be hoping that his goalkeeper, Emiliano Martinez, can still do a job at the near post, which Martinez wasn't able to do on this occasion. It's a really good strike from Greenwood, but the goalkeeper has to take some of the blame for that one as well, I think. And this match has completely been reversed inside 4 minutes. So on 52 minutes, Manchester United equalised. Now on 56 minutes, United lead. And it's disappointing from Villa's point of view, although it's a great strike from Mason Greenwood, but he was given too much time. The ball got to Greenwood at the edge of the area, and Tyrone Mings should have done his homework and realised that Mason Greenwood loves to have the ball onto his left foot. Greenwood rolled it onto his left. Mings allowed him to do so, and then Greenwood strikes it at the near post. Martinez should do better, really. Although it's a very precise strike from Greenwood, there is still scope, I think, for the goalkeeper to save it at the near post, but he's not able to do so. Take nothing away, though, from Greenwood. He saw his chance and he hits it really well. It's his 5th goal in his last 5 games. It's Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 2. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer doesn't exactly look delighted on the touchline. He's still looking pretty calm, but he'll be very pleased with the way his side have played here, as Marcus Rashford and Ezri Konsa starting to push and shove each other inside the 6-yard box. This is getting a little bit physical now, and Tyrone Mings having to calm things down as well. Referee Chris Kavanagh just needs to come across and diffuse the situation as well. It seemed like there was a bit of a clash there inside the 6-yard box. Both players were trying to get on the end of the ball. I think it's been put out for a corner kick before all the shenanigans we just saw. And we'll see if it's just going to be the standard yellow card here for Konsa and Rashford, or is perhaps the referee going to want to do a little bit more. We'll have to wait and see. Chris Kavanagh with some housekeeping to do now on the field. But he would have been certainly wanting to try and calm the situation, because well, I think in the end he's managed to do it without a yellow card as well. But by the end, both Konsa and Rashford have got a slight smile on their face. But it was Rashford trying to jostle for position, Konsa and Rashford sort of pushing each other, and then Rashford seemed to take more exception initially. But it was definitely Konsa who put it out. So it is a corner kick here to Manchester United. Taken short between Shaw and Greenwood. Now it's with Bruno Fernandes, back to Shaw on the right-hand side. What about crossing it? Lays it off back to Bruno Fernandes, and then it's a cross in from him and a header from Harry Maguire, but that's a header from around 14 to 15 yards out. Really would be something quite special to beat Martinez from that sort of range. And jumps for it, Maguire. Martinez is diving for it, but I think he can see that one is going to be going wide. So Villa now starting at the back here with Tyrone Mings playing it to Matt Targett. Now it's with Barkley. Barkley playing the ball over the top, looking for Ollie Watkins, who's had precious little service in this match so far, but he does have a chance now down the left-hand side. Watkins plays it short towards Anwar El Ghazi. Watkins again looking for the run of El Ghazi, and Wan-Bissaka slides in, but he misses it. Still a chance here for El Ghazi. Lays it off towards Douglas Luiz. That's good covering there from Pogba, coming back into his penalty area to clear that one out for a throw. It is a throw now to Villa down the left-hand side. Target to Watkins. Target puts a cross in. Oh, and there's a touch on there from Bertrand Traoré, saved by. Was that saved? I mean, they're saying there was a bit of a push there on Harry Maguire. Not quite sure what the referee has given here. We'll have a look again as the ball is over on the left-hand side with Matt Targett. He puts the ball in. It may be a bit of a foot. It may be that the boot of Traoré has just caught Maguire. Though Maguire is diving at the feet of Traoré. I should point that out. So it's not as if Traoré's got his foot raised to try and kick Harry Maguire. They're far from it. But Maguire still needing a minute just to compose himself there. It is going to be a corner kick now to Aston Villa. Standing over this one is Barkley. Tries to get it into that near post. Header away by Bruno Fernandes. Douglas Luiz is appealing I'm not sure what is it. Was he appealing a handball there at the edge of the area? The ball is cleared, and now a chance for a counter-attack as Bruno Fernandes brings the ball out for Manchester United, but that's a really disappointing pass. He's got Rashford on the right-hand side of the box, he's got Greenwood on the left, and he floats the ball in between the two of them for a bit of catching practice for Martinez. Villa now in possession on the halfway line with Bertrand Traoré. Traoré now holds the ball up, looking for options, playing it back towards McGinn. Now it's with Cash towards Mings on the halfway line. Opportunity here for Villa to at least try and keep the ball for a moment or two. So United are pressing, and you can tell United have just got that bit more confidence about them now that they're leading in this match. In 51 minutes it was still 1-0 to Villa. By 56 it's now 2-1 to Manchester United, and 61 minutes gone here. Villa trying to get back into some sort of attacking rhythm, but United looking pretty solid in midfield now as Fred brings the ball up, finds Marcus Rashford. Back to Fred. Here is Greenwood, scorer of United's second goal, leaving the ball here for Marcus Rashford. This is still on the halfway line here for United, still not getting too close to the Villa goal at this stage. There's the ball now over on the right-hand side here for Wan-Bissaka. Moves it in now to Pogba. So Bruno Fernandes. Luke Shaw arriving now on the left-hand side. He puts a cross into the penalty area, taken down on the chest by Matt Targett, and quickly picked up here by Martinez as well, just to avert any danger. Ball now on the halfway line after a pass from El Ghazi. Doesn't reach Watkins though, and here come United now with a good run from Lindelof. He gets all the way to the edge of the area, leaves it now for McTominay. McTominay back towards Wan-Bissaka, and Pogba to McTominay, to Pogba again, and United was quite happy to keep the ball in midfield, not doing too much to send any risky balls forward. Now with Harry Maguire lays the ball off, and there's going to be a strike coming in here from Rashford. It's just wide, but it might have got a deflection. Looks like they are all congregating now for a corner kick. Now this is what Douglas Luiz was unhappy about. It's a handball from Mason Greenwood. As he jumps for this one, his arm is up. It doesn't look like the most natural position for the arm to be, but then is he deliberately playing the ball with his arm, or is he doing everything to make sure that ball doesn't hit him in the arm? I think but the thing is, it's hard to tell exactly what the standard is now, because considering how harsh the handball laws were right at the start of the season, they have been toned down somewhat towards the second half of the season. United's corner kick seemed to be overhit there, but good work from Pogba, because that ball was whipped in so much by Bruno Fernandes, it was eluding everybody inside the penalty area. Pogba really couldn't do much with it either, but because Konza was following him all the way to the goal line, Pogba just fired it at Konza, knowing that it's not going to reach a teammate, but it is going to deflect out for a pretty much guaranteed corner kick. So now a second chance for United, this time from the right-hand side. His left-footed Luke Shaw standing over it. He's got Greenwood close by for the short option as well. It looks like Shaw wants to whip this one in himself. Just waiting to see where his teammates are positioned. It is whipped in by Shaw towards the edge of the 6-yard box. McTominay was jumping for that one, but it's Douglas Luiz with the header away. So for a throw to Manchester United. And we're going to see a change here for United as well. Mason Greenwood's done his job for this afternoon. He's got the goal that put United in front. He's off the field now, and he's replaced by Edinson Cavani. It's not a bad substitution to make, really, is it? Bringing someone of Cavani's calibre on for the final 20 minutes of a league game. Just seeing another replay of that strike from Greenwood. It really was a very good goal. Does well to turn past to Tyrone Mings. And I dare say if the two of them see each other on England duty, then Greenwood might might just have a bit of a joke about that, because it was a little bit too easy. I think that Mings should have that awareness that Greenwood wants that ball on his left foot. But change here for Villa as well in midfield. Douglas Luiz looks a little bit hot under the collar today, so he's off and replaced by youngster Jacob Ramsey. Ramsey's on the field now for the final 25 minutes. Throw on to Manchester United down the left-hand side. Shaw gets it into Pogba. Back to Shaw, now Pogba. looking to try and get across in there, Paul Pogba, but that one is cleared towards Ross Barkley, who was just tripped there by Fred, and that is going to be a free kick to Aston Villa. Pogba feels as though he might have been caught in that last scramble to try and win that header, but the referee, Chris Cavan, not interested, just trying to calm Paul Pogba down. And the ball is now back in play down the left-hand side with Matt Targett. His ball towards the edge of the area. McTominay slides in, and the ball goes all the way back towards Dean Henderson. In no rush to clear this one. Just to remind you of the later games today. At 4:30, West Ham United take on Everton, and then at 7 p.m, Arsenal take on West Bromwich Albion. The final game of this round of fixtures is tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Fulham take on Burnley. That could be last chance saloon for Fulham as well if they were to lose that match. I think mathematically they are pretty much down. And then the remaining fixtures in midweek: Manchester United Leicester at 6 p.m. on Tuesday night, and then at 8:15 Southampton take on Crystal Palace. On Wednesday, Chelsea take on Arsenal, and on Thursday Villa take on Everton. That's the 6 p.m. kickoff. The 8:15 kickoff is Manchester United against Liverpool. So there's some great games coming up in midweek as the Premier League season draws to a close. It's just the small matter of the Euros from mid-June onwards, and we're less than 18 months away now from the next World Cup as well. So things really have sped up here because of the pandemic. Things having to get a little bit congested, but to say hopefully there shouldn't be any more delays as Harry Maguire picks up his 11th booking of the season. So he just holding on to Ollie Watkins, and say he did. What made me laugh about that particular challenge from Maguire was he was holding on to Ollie Watkins. The referee blew his whistle, and Maguire hadn't even had time to let go of Ollie Watkins as he was holding him, and he was already wagging his other hand to say no free kick there, no free kick. But referee straight away giving the free kick to Villa, giving Maguire the booking, and it's in a decent position as well over on the right hand side, about 35 yards out. It's whipped in by Barkley, header from Victor Lindelof. Wan-Bissaka's chasing this one. Oh, has he waited too long there? No, it stayed in play. It was very close to being a corner, but then the loose ball gets to Matt Targett, who puts a cross in, and it's a decent header across the 6-yard box from Ollie Watkins. And he was looking to try and find a teammate with that header, but Edison Cavani, with his first touch of the ball in defence, but that should have been a corner kick for Villa, by the way, after Wan-Bissaka chased it down. I thought that had already gone out of play, but then Watkins heads that one across the 6-yard box. El Ghazi's waiting just 3 yards out, but very telling header there from Edinson Cavani, putting it out for a corner. There's a corner kick now to Villa down the left-hand side. It's going to be Barkley to whip it in, right-footed in swinger again. He's going for that near post every time. I don't understand the logic behind that. They've got so many big players, Villa, particularly Konza and Mings, who want to try and attack the ball. Watkins and El Ghazi are going to be there as well. It just seems like a bit of a bad idea to try and get a sort of low ball whipped. I wouldn't say low, I say sort of at head height, but whipped in before, it curls before the near post. And you can see Tyrone Mings is a bit frustrated there about having to, he started on the penalty spot and he's eventually having to run all the way towards that near post. He bumped into Lindelof and then crashed into Bruno Fernandes. Caught Bruno Fernandes there, so he needed just a moment or two to pick himself up. Marcus Rashford is hobbling a little bit as well. United still have 2 changes left, so may well be that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is just going to have to manage this depending on how bad these knocks, these injuries are. At Villa Park, Manchester United still lead by 2-1. They've made their first change as well, with goal scorer Mason Greenwood replaced by Edinson Cavani. Just keeping an eye on Marcus Rashford, who seems to be hobbling a little bit as well, as was Bruno Fernandes, in a bit of pain after he was crashed into by Tyrone Mings. Villa have had a couple of half chances, a bit of promising build-up, but still not too much work really for goalkeeper Dean Henderson. At the other end, there have been a couple of corner kicks in a row for Manchester United as they're looking to try and extend their lead. Villa also making a change as well, with Douglas Luiz just looking a little bit frustrated this afternoon, perhaps potentially getting close to a booking. He was taken off and replaced by Jacob Ramsey. Still not enough possession really for Villa to trouble United time and again, and it's still United who lead 2-1. Free kick for United now on the left-hand side. Switching play over towards the right for Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Plays it square now to Scott McTominay. Now it's with Paul Pogba back to McTominay. Over towards the left-hand side now for Luke Shaw. Shaw then holds it up and goes across towards Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes now out to Wan-Bissaka down the right-hand side. The pressure having to go back towards Bruno Fernandes. El Ghazi trying to close him down. So Bruno Fernandes still in possession. Now it's with Marcus Rashford. Getting towards the edge of the area, puts a cross in. A lot of height on that cross, but it does find Luke Shaw on the left-hand side. Shaw then breaks into the box and finds Bruno Fernandes. His strike is charged down. The ball now played towards the halfway line. Here is Watkins now for Villa. Holds it up and needs some support. He feels as though he might have been fouled there. No free kick given. Fred brings the ball away now for Manchester United. As Fred under pressure finds Shaw. He's easily dispossessed there by Traoré. Now it's with Barkley. Barkley trying to float a ball towards Ollie Watkins. That was far too obvious for Wan-Bissaka, but then the loose ball comes back towards Anwar El Ghazi, and he is brought down by Cavani. There's a bit of a collision there, I think, with Harry Maguire as well. But it looks like Cavani's the one who's given the free kick away. Yeah, as it's Cavani who trips El Ghazi, and as he's falling, he falls straight into the legs of Harry Maguire. May well be that Maguire's just felt something in his knee there. Yeah, just a bit of a strain there as El Ghazi falls into him. A bit of a problem there potentially for United. They've still got two changes, as have Villa. But, whilst we're waiting for Maguire to be checked, I'll just add my 2 cents worth, that I do hope that at some point more substitutions will be coming into the Premier League. It seems bizarre to me that the English 4th division can have 5 subs, but the English top division can't, especially when you think that most of the rest of the world have matured to the fact that it makes sense to have more options. Never really bought that argument that the clubs who were against it this season said that, well, you know, it's going to be unfair because the bigger teams have a better bench. But that's like saying that it's unfair because the bigger teams have got a better starting 11, a better stadium, a better manager. It doesn't really, you know, it doesn't really follow. If you're in the Premier League, you've got enough money from TV rights, I think, to give yourself a strong 7, 8 or even 11-man bench and be able to use 5 of those players. I don't really see the argument to say that it should be less, particularly when it seems like everywhere else has matured to that now. But in the meantime, we're getting a bit of a break in play here now, as we're still not sure as to what's happening with Harry Maguire. He's still being checked over. It is going to be a free kick to Aston Villa once he's back on his feet. So, it doesn't look too good at the moment for Maguire. They're still checking him over. So it's nothing too serious. Dean Smith always looks like quite a, say, frustrated manager, but always looks like he's deep in thought. It's quite rare to see Dean Smith sort of looking relaxed on the touchline, and you'll be frustrated with how this second half has gone. See how angry Douglas Luiz was when that penalty was converted. We're just getting replays of the goals now that we have got this long break in play with Harry Maguire still down on the ground. To say that has been a good response from United. They were playing well in the first half as well. They just weren't able to convert a lot of that possession into decent chances. But you certainly can't accuse them of that in the second half. They have been that bit more efficient, that bit more clinical. And although Villa are seeing more of the ball now, not getting too many chances. Maguire now is up on his feet, still hobbling a little bit as he walks off. Have to wait to see if he's okay to play on. Physio's just having a word with him, and Eric Bailly just warming up alongside Axel Tuanzebe as well. A couple of defensive options for now. Just to remind you of the bench again. We've already seen Cavani on the field, but they've still got to choose from Matic, Williams, Tuanzebe, Van der Beek, Alex Telles, Bailly, Mata and De Gea. You can see now Bailly getting some instructions. Still the old-fashioned way in the old folder, but then the tablet that we seem to be seeing at so many clubs now. As for Villa, they've got Chukwuemeka, House, El Mohammadi, Philogene, Bades, Nakamba, Davis, Wesley and goalkeeper Heaton on their bench. Finally, we get this free kick for Villa, which is teed up for Ross Barkley. It's such a disappointing effort from Barkley. And a couple of the Villa players let him know as much as well. Say, if you may get a big man like Tyrone Mings to run the whole way across the pitch and then you take a shot like that, you can expect Mings to be saying something to you. And it was a disappointing one from Barkley. He's a right footer shooting from the right-hand side already. The angles are against him. And perhaps Barkley won't be too pleased that as soon as he missed that, the first thing the camera focused on after the strike was Jack Grealish, who's now decided to take his mask off. And in the meantime, Harry Maguire has come back on the field only to sit down again. I mean, that is one of my pet hates, when a footballer knows he's not well enough to play on, but he will still force himself to come back on the field just so he can sit down and waste a few more seconds. I suppose it's something that every team does, so it's not like you say one team does it more than another. But you sometimes see it where a player is actually off the field and he'll use his last bit of energy to roll himself onto the field to make sure that, heaven forbid, the game could be played without him on there. But this means they're just going to have to rush Eric Bailly a little bit. Still trying to get all his tracksuits off, and he's getting some instructions from Ole Gunnar Solskjaer as well. So it looks like this change is going to be happening for Manchester United very soon. So Villa getting ready to make their second change as well. It's going to be the Brazilian Wesley to come on. And it's going to be a double change here for Villa. Wesley and Kean Davis both getting ready to come on here for these final 14 minutes. So let's see who the changes are. It looks like Barkley is going to be one of the players to go off. Just waiting for a confirmation of as much. So it is Ross Barkley. He's the first player to go off here for Aston Villa in this double change. The other change is Anwar El Ghazi. So Wesley is on. And he will join Ollie Watkins up front. And actually, saying that, I mean, I think that I'm trying to think how they're going to set up now, Villa, because they've taken off one of their central midfielders who was more attack-minded in Barkley. They've taken off Douglas Luiz and replaced him with Jacob Ramsey, and now they've got Kean Davis and Wesley on the field as well. Davis can play out wide. It's not like he has to play through the middle, but I do think that gets some of his best qualities when you let him play through the middle. Very strong, very good in the air. It's very difficult to stop once he gets going, Kean Davis. And he is trying to close down Eric Bailly straight away here. I see a confirmation that he's come on the field as well now, by the way. Maguire has gone off. Eric Bailly is on now for Manchester United. Here come United now down the left-hand side. Luke Shaw brought down by John McGinn. And McGinn has that what me look about him, but the referee isn't having it. He's going to give McGinn a yellow card. So he's trying to stop Shaw getting away from him. It's not too much. Well, I say it's not too much, but there's enough. I mean, McGinn knows what he's doing. He's picked up his 8th booking of the season. It's a free kick to Manchester United now on the left-hand side. It's around 35 yards from goal. Floated in towards the penalty area for Cavani. Cavani takes it down. He's onside, or at least the flag hasn't gone up yet. He lays it off then to Bruno Fernandes, whose cross is too high for Rashford, but Wan-Bissaka can still pick the ball up on the right-hand side. He goes back towards Scott McTominay. Now Marcus Rashford to Bruno Fernandes. Fernandes inside towards the edge of the area, cleared away by Jacob Ramsey. Loose ball is here with Ramsey again under pressure, trying to go back towards target, but that one's been won back by Rashford. Rashford has a few options, tries to feed it in towards Pogba, who felt he was being held by Tyrone Mings as he went after that ball. Referee Chris Kavanagh doesn't agree. It's just going to be possession back for Aston Villa. With Konza going back to Martinez. He's been closed down by Bruno Fernandes. Mings now turns and finds Target down the left-hand side. Target's ball over the top. Looks like a good one, but just a little bit too short to get through to Davis. Ollie Watkins now going back towards John McGinn. McGinn plays it inside towards Traore. Now it's with Cash. Cash gets away from Edinson Cavani. Ball whipped in towards the edge of the area. And McTominay then heads it away, but not very far. Straight to Wesley. His first touch of the ball. He then finds Watkins. Watkins back to McGinn. He puts a cross in towards the right-hand edge of the penalty area, and it's a header across from Bertrand Traore. That would have been a good header if he'd have just perhaps headed it square, using the same pace to try and find a teammate. But really, when he's heading it, I said it was the edge of the area. He moved forward a little bit by the time he was heading it, but he was still pretty much level with the penalty spot, but over on the right-hand side. So to get enough power to beat the goalkeeper from that sort of range, it really it's going to take a real powerful header. And it's not the first skill I think of when I think of Bertrand Traoré, is his heading ability. So he's always going to be up against it there, really. It's Manchester United now closing down on Villa inside their own half, but it's a long clearance from Tyrone Mings looking for a Wesley. Ball now cleared. It looks as though Ollie Watkins has dropped into that sort of number 10 role. In fact, Watkins may have gone out wide. He was a winger when he first started his career. Certainly his early days at Exeter. And then even when he first joined Brentford, he was more a wide man. It was just almost a combination of other strikers being sold that he was given that opportunity and took it straight away. And it's first position you think of now, really, Watkins being a striker. As the ball is now played to Watkins. Oh, he couldn't control it when that ball was played to him by Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Wan-Bissaka trying to close down Watkins as he's still able to keep the ball alive. He plays it into Traoré. Tight angle for Traoré, but he's able to take on Wan-Bissaka. Plays it into the 6-yard box. Oh, it's just headed away by Bailly. A vital header in the end from Bailly to get it away from Kean Davis. And now a counter-attack for Manchester United. Here comes Pogba through the middle. He's heading towards the Villa penalty area. It's a poor pass from Rashford to try and pick out Edinson Cavani, though. And Villa are back in possession. Ollie Watkins now playing it back towards Matt Targett. Targett in towards John McGinn. Down the right-hand side from Cash, looking for Kean Davis. He gets away. He somehow manages to beat Lindelof to the ball, and then he tees it up for Watkins, and Watkins is brilliantly stopped by Wan-Bissaka. Excellent block there from Wan-Bissaka to stop Watkins getting a shot away. It's such a shame that Kean Davis doesn't trust his left foot there, because Victor Lindelof really made a big error there. It was a ball down the right-hand side from Cash. Lindelof was the favourite. He played it behind himself, and then Kean Davis got the ball. He put it onto his left foot. He really should have hit that one and curled it towards the corner of the goal, instead of which he tees up Watkins, and it wasn't the best option really, because Watkins was already being well marked by, well, maybe not well marked, but Wan-Bissaka was very close to Watkins, so by the time the ball got to him, Watkins was closed down. Now it's another chance here for Villa as the ball is on the left-hand side. It's played towards the edge of the area, and a strike from Bertrand Traoré. It's on target, but it's straight into the arms of the goalkeeper. It was Target's ball from the left-hand side. I think Traoré actually nutmegged Luke Shaw, but that might have actually got a slight deflection off Shaw, which potentially could have just slowed the ball down a little bit as well. It's a long clearance from the goalkeeper, headed forward by Matt Targett. Here is Watkins now down the left-hand side, plays the ball forward. And it's cleared back into the Villa half. It's going to be a throw to the home side. Down the left-hand side here with Targett to Jacob Ramsey. The ball now played up in the air. It's out for a throw to Aston Villa down the left-hand side. It's played back here towards Ezri Konza. Cash now down the right-hand side for Villa, plays the ball over the top, which Traoré will chase, and Henderson is out. He had to put a clearance in the end. I thought initially Henderson was just going to stand there and shepherd the ball out for a goal kick, but with the pace of Traoré and that ball getting close to Traoré, he didn't want to take the chance. He quickly sweeps it out. It's a throw to Villa down the right-hand side. Nemanja Matic is going to be looks like it's going to be the third and final change here for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, just picking up his final instructions before he comes on. Throw to Villa. It's a long throw from Cash. It drops at the edge of the area to Target. Target's strike is charged down. Ball is cleared back towards the halfway line. It's Tyrone Mings. Short now towards Jacob Ramsey. His ball to Eric, played towards the edge of the area is cleared by Eric Bailly. And Villa now in possession on the halfway line with Ezri Konza. Finds Cash, who goes forward to Traoré. Traoré now playing it square to Jacob Ramsey. Now it's with John McGinn, switching play over towards the left-hand side. Taken down by Matt Targett. His ball into the box is swept away by Scott McTominay, and now a counter-attack here for Manchester United. Bruno Fernandes finds Rashford on the right-hand side. Rashford gets to the edge of the area. Cavani, that's lead feet there from Edinson Cavani. Very heavy touch from the Uruguayan there. Wasn't able to control the ball inside the penalty area. It's now cleared towards the halfway line, miscontrolled by Scott McTominay. And now Bertrand Traore with a chance to get forward. Traore gets bumped into. He is furious here. Bruno Fernandes alongside Fred. The two of them were the ones who were judged to have committed that foul. And it will be a free kick to Villa just inside their own half. And in fact, that little rant there from Bruno Fernandes was his last action on the field. He is now replaced by Nemanja Matic. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer now trying to shut up shop in midfield, making that a little bit more difficult for Villa to create anything, and that's always going to be more difficult with Matic on the field. So with just around 5 minutes to go, it is still Manchester United leading here at Villa Park. Villa have seen a little bit more of the ball. They had a good chance a few moments ago where a ball from Cash down the right-hand side was miscontrolled by Lindelof, and if Kean Davis had just had more faith in his left foot, he could have got a good shot away. He teed it up for Watkins instead, who was then well blocked by Wan-Bissaka. At the other end, there hasn't been too much in terms of attack from United. They did have a counter-attack just a moment ago, but after Rashford's ball to the edge of the area was miscontrolled by Cavani. I've just seen Nemanja Matic come on for Bruno Fernandes as well, as United just looked to shore things up in midfield. It's been a decent performance from United in the second half. Villa are just starting to see a little bit more of the ball, but it's still United who lead by 2-1. It's United in possession inside their own half with McTominay being closed down by Watkins. Now we're passed through towards Paul Pogba, getting towards the edge of the area, finds Cavani. Oh, Cavani's mishit that. He's appealing a handball there, Cavani, after that block from Matt Cash. A strike from Luke Shaw is charged down. Ball is over on the right-hand side now. Rashford's ball into Cavani, and Cavani heads it into the back of the net. And Manchester United have their third, and that is surely going to wrap up the points now with Cavani getting that goal. He's had a bit of a poor match really since he's come on, Edinson Cavani, but that is now a third goal, which is going to wrap things up here for Manchester United. And we see that it was Shaw at the edge of the area. He then found Fred. Fred saw Rashford over on the right-hand side. Rashford looked up, put a good cross in. Nobody really was following Edinson Cavani. And it's a really good header from Cavani. Just angles that one away from the goalkeeper and is able to get that one into the back of the net. But it really was a good... Manchester United have their third goal at Villa Park, and it's Edinson Cavani, the substitute. He's come on and had a couple of poor touches since he's been on the field, but on this occasion he's in the right place at the right time. After a patient build-up from United at the edge of the area, it was Shaw's ball over towards Rashford on the right-hand side. He puts a cross in, which is... headed in by Edinson Cavani, and it was a good header from Cavani. So he wasn't particularly well marked, but he did well to angle that ball away from the goalkeeper and put it into the back of the net. Villa have been trying towards the end of this match, but it is now Manchester United who lead by 3-1. Now a ball down the left-hand side here, and Watkins is chasing this one, and Henderson gets there first. Watkins hits the deck, and he's asking the question of a penalty. The referee is coming across, but I don't think he's going to be giving a penalty here to Aston Villa. He is going to give a second yellow card to Ollie Watkins. He was booked earlier in this match, and the referee has decided that was a dive from the Villa man. Let's see this again as Watkins... Well, I mean... There's a bit of a foot out there from the goalkeeper, but as I say, there's definitely not enough to say there was a penalty there. But then, having said that, I mean, there does seem to be a little bit of contact there as well, or certainly close to contact. I think that's probably a little bit harsh to give Watkins a second yellow for that one. I think that's that might be a little bit frustrating there for Ollie Watkins, but just summing up the way this afternoon has ended here for Aston Villa. I think that Watkins possibly was looking for that decision, but I don't know. I just seeing that replay again, I think that there is. I still don't think it was a penalty, but whether or not you could say that Watkins had actually dived to try and win that penalty, or was he just trying to avoid what was a boot coming towards his knee there as well from the goalkeeper Henderson? But the referee Chris Kavanagh has made his mind up, and Villa are going to have to play injury time here with 10 men, although the match is pretty much over with United leading 3-1. So more drama here at Villa Park towards the end. Just after Manchester United scored their third, Villa have been reduced to 10 men after Ollie Watkins was shown his second yellow card. The first yellow card was for a real centre-forward tackle trying to close down an opponent in a defensive position. The second time it was on Harry Maguire that he went in on Ollie Watkins, but the second yellow card is for a dive. He's tried to win a penalty here as the ball was played down the left-hand side. Seeing the replay, I think Watkins might regard himself a little bit unlucky because there was some scope to say that Henderson was close to making contact, so Watkins could have just been trying to avoid that. Having said that, he does fall theatrically without any real contact. The referee was never in any danger of giving the penalty. Watkins sees his second yellow card. We're into 6 minutes of injury time at the end of this match, but it's Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 3, and Villa are down to 10 men. Here come United now down the left-hand side, heading towards the penalty area. Ball is now cleared by Martinez. Back towards Fred now. Head over towards the left-hand side. Here is Wesley back in his own half trying to close him down, but Fred still gets the ball in towards McTominay. And then McTominay back to Wan-Bissaka. It's with Matic in midfield, playing it over towards Victor Lindelof. It's on the left-hand side now with Luke Shaw. We're now finding Rashford. Rashford now playing it back towards halfway line for Victor Lindelof. A lot of injury time. Of course, we've had quite a few stoppages, but game is pretty much done. Villa will be disappointed with how this second half has gone, particularly when they seem to have the measure of United at times in the first half. A lot of possession for United without much end product. So right now, United just quite happy to hold on to the ball in midfield. No real effort to try and get forward. No real effort from Villa to try and press here either. But Fred brings the ball out now and he plays it out towards Wan-Bissaka. Wan-Bissaka puts a high cross into the penalty area, headed away by Matt Cash. And it's on the left-hand side now here with Rashford into Fred. Fred then plays it into Pogba, back heels it for Cavani, who wasn't actually expecting that. Cavani never went after the ball in the end, and it is with Emiliano Martinez now, rolls it out towards Tyrone Mings. Still got around 3.5 minutes of injury time to play in this match. The ball is now with Bertrand Traoré down the right-hand side, plays it back towards Matt Cash. Cash over towards Ezri Konsa. Now it's with Mings towards target on the left-hand side. And just to remind you, in terms of the next fixtures for these two sides, Villa play at home to Everton on Tuesday and then away to Palace next Sunday, whereas United have got a game already on Tuesday. They're at home to Leicester City on Tuesday, then they're away to Liverpool on Thursday, and they follow that up with a game against Fulham the midweek after, for the final game of the season. Villa have still got Palace away, Tottenham away, and then Chelsea at home to finish the season. They'll certainly be looking to do what they can to try and push into that top 10. I think if looking at the table, of course, the table doesn't lie. Whoever finishes in the position deserves to be in that position. But I think, considering that Villa are only 3 points ahead of Wolves and a point behind Arsenal, 2 points behind Leeds, 4 points behind Everton, they probably would like to think they could still make a bit of a race to try and get into that 8th place. But certainly today's defeat will be a little bit of a dent in those chances. With United comfortably in possession in these final minutes of injury time. Saka now going back towards Eric Bailly. Nemanja Matic back in at the edge of his own penalty area. Things really have slowed down here. It's almost like Villa aren't attempting to press too much and United aren't pressing to get forward too much. So it's all a bit of a stalemate inside the United half. Clearance now from the goalkeeper Henderson. So the referee spots a foul there. Looks like Cavani might have just bumped into Ezri Konsa. Mings now takes the free kick. Here is Ian Davis under pressure, going back towards Jacob Ramsey. That's a good ball from him to find Wesley. Back to Ramsey, and then he's got an option to play it to Traoré down the right-hand side. Traoré breaks into the box, but then he runs into Nemanja Matic, and United now with a chance to bring the ball away. Here is Pogba to McTominay. Well, he chips the ball out towards the left-hand side. It's a good ball as well to find Edinson Cavani. Cavani back in now to Pogba. Pogba's ball into the box is straight to Emiliano Martinez. We've got 1 more minute to play here of injury time at Villa Park. It's a good start here from United. Then Villa, perhaps unexpectedly taking the lead and throwing the game up a little bit. But then in the second half, United really have come out with some intent, and Villa have made a couple of errors as well. I say the goal from Greenwood really should have been avoided. I think that Mings and the goalkeeper could take some minus points there, and then you have to say that the penalty was avoidable as well. Douglas Luiz clumsy in the way he bumped into Bruno Fernandes. That third goal on the counter-attack, again Cavani, we know how dangerous he is in the box. He should be better marked than that. So Villa certainly could have done a bit better in terms of their defence today. We would have liked to have converted some of that possession they had in the first half into more chances. So the ball now back with Dean Henderson. And we've got seconds to play now. In fact, we've had pretty much the full 6 minutes of injury time. Referee Chris Kavanagh just looks at his watch and he blows for full time here at Villa Park. And so Manchester United win here by 3-1 through a good start from Villa, taking the lead through Bertrand Traoré on 24. Then Bruno Fernandes from the penalty spot on 52, making it 1-1. Mason Greenwood on 56, making it 2-1. Edinson Cavani wrapping things up on 87 minutes. Ollie Watkins sent off in the 90th minute for a second yellow card. That's it for this independent off-tube studio commentary. Thank you very much for your company this afternoon. From myself, Paul Shabakovic, do join us again soon.
Victory and strengthening their position in second. Dion Dublin.
Yeah, I just thought in the second half, Manchester United came out a different side, lively. Whatever Ollie said to them at half time, they've taken on board, and they've taken it over the white line and onto the pitch, and they've taken control of that second half. I think Marcus Rashford's work rate is just outstanding, and some of the individual performances. Pogba again, I mentioned it during the game itself. He's doing all the little things well. He's getting back and he's doing all the ugly jobs on top of all the skillful stuff that he does as well. So, and then you bring on the icing on the cake. Edinson Cavani is just one of my favourite strikers of all time. He has to be. He just does everything that you want a centre forward to do, and he does it very well.
Yes, El Matador is just receiving congratulations of McTominay out there on the pitch. Lindelof comes over to him as well. He scored his 15th of the season for Manchester United. Greenwood got his 11th. Bruno Fernandes got his 27th. And those goals in the second half won it for Manchester United. We need to hear about Harry Maguire, who limped off with a concerning looking injury. But it has finished here. Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 3.
I'm not sure that Edinson Cavani needs to make a new contract point any stronger, Dion. There will be discussions both ways about that, but I know what United fans will be thinking.
Yeah, listen, he's very good to watch, and I would imagine if you are a player in and around Cavani and you're an offensive player for Manchester United, he's the kind of player. You know, he's just walking off the pitch now, Steve. He's about 40 yards from us. He's just about to go down the tunnel, and he just looks the real deal. He looks like he's got energy to burn. Yeah, he's 34 years old, but as a centre forward goes, he's the one that makes all the right runs. He takes it in, he brings his team up the pitch. Just very, very nice to watch, very smooth.
I'm afraid we're going in at 25 years without an Aston Villa home win over Manchester United in the Premier League.
I know. It's tough for them because Villa did have a really good half hour, 35 minutes in the first half. They played really well and Man United were just off it. I did say in the first half, if Man United would play 1 and 2 touch, they'd get back into this game. They did just get back into the game. They actually took control of the game, and that's why, moving it quicker and a bit more commitment up front.
And as far as United go, as we know, they now have 3 games in 5 days. Leicester's the next one, so that's City's next opportunity to win the Premier League title.
Yeah. Listen, these players will now just be, there'll be ice baths and eat good food and rest and massage, and they're just going to have to manage their players well. Man United will make sure that every single one of their players is ready to play the next game, then the next game, just making sure that they're rested, making sure they're looked after, giving themselves every opportunity, Steve, to just in case there's a slip up. You never know.
Never know. Dion, John, thank you very much indeed. Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 3 at Villa Park. In the Women's Super League, it's still Chelsea 3, Reading 0 with 20 minutes to go. Chelsea on their way to the title now. Surely whatever Manchester City do, they've done something, but it's too little too late. Jackie Oatley.
Yes, West Ham 0, Manchester City 1 with over an hour gone now. Bronze robbed Sissoko near the corner flag. And she crossed the ball into the centre for Ellen White to volley home on a 32nd birthday. That was City's 18th shot at goal. They've had a penalty saved. Mewis with it saved by Arnold, and they've hit the bar a couple of times in the second half in quick succession through Morgan and Mewis. West Ham had held out until then with stout defending, but City just haven't quite been themselves despite so much possession and so many chances. They've lacked that spark ever since that goal 70 seconds into the Chelsea game, which really seemed to deflate them as City go close again. But it is West Ham 0, Manchester City 1.
I say Chelsea are winning 3-0. There's been another goal at Kingsmeadow, John Southall.
Yeah, it's a very different atmosphere here. Chelsea enjoying themselves. Chelsea 4, Reading 0. Sam Kerr 2 assists. She's now got a goal. 21st of the season from 22 league games. Latched onto it on the edge of the 6-yard box and guided the ball in. Chelsea cruising. They're heading for the title. Chelsea 4, Reading 0.
And Bristol City are heading down. They trailed Brighton by 2-1. They'd have to come back and win that game to stand any chance. Let's go into Premiership Rugby. At the Stoop, it's Quins Wasps. Chris Jones.
It's half time, Steve. Quins 24, Wasps 22, 6 tries in a loose but very entertaining first half. Adogwu, Bassett and the excellent Dan Robson for Wasps. Marchant and Lang for Quins, both set up by the in-form Marcus Smith, who then scored a stunner himself just before the break. He'll surely be playing across the road for England at Twickenham this summer. Quins 24, Wasps 22 half time.
Chris, thank you very much. Right, all attention will turn next to West Ham versus Everton in the Premier League. A massive game in the race for at least 2 and possibly 3 different European competitions next season. Full commentary coming your way. We'll also bring you the very closing stages of the Women's Super League season, with Chelsea 17 minutes away from being confirmed champions, and reaction, of course, throughout the afternoon to Lewis Hamilton on pole for the 100th time, victorious again at the Spanish Grand Prix. Let's get the news now with Stuart Clarkson.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Steve. It's the close.
I've been working on some issues, things that I'm not really used to. And I watch my back cause this is so new, but it's something that I could get into. I keep on thinking about you, I got no time to deny the truth. You gotta give me your time, and I gotta keep myself contained, baby. Won't you call me baby? I just wanna love you, baby, let me love you. I just need a taste, I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby, before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in. I just need a taste, I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby, before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in, baby. I've been working on my own wave, I make up my mind every day. In the end, I'm always thinking your name, feeling like I'm going insane. I keep on thinking about you, I got no time to deny the truth. You gotta give me your time, and I gotta keep myself contained, baby. Won't you call me baby? I just wanna love you, baby, let me love you. I just need a taste, I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby, before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in. I just need a taste, I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby, before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in, baby. to believe what I'm feeling right now. I want you to see that I'm breaking it down. Come take a ride with me. I just need a taste. I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby. Before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in. I just need a taste. I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby. Before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in, baby.
It started out with a kiss and then it ended like this. I was in an abyss and was there something I missed? I still have your pictures and every day since I felt like a mister. It don't make no sense. I was in bed when you sent that text. Why did I answer? Why did I answer? Why did I answer? Got no reason for your calls, no forgiveness for your flaws. Now I'm happy on my own. Now I'm moving through it all, finding who you are. Wouldn't be so hard if you just came and talked. Why do you call me when you're lonely? Never when you party, always trying to harm me. Think you found somebody, know the circumstances. Don't care if you harm me, I'll just take my chances. Don't care if it harms me. It started out with a kiss and then it ended like this. I was in an abyss and was there something I missed? I still have your pictures and every day since I felt like a mister. It don't make no sense. I was in bed, should've left you on red. Why did I answer? 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 Why did I answer?
Blacked out 140th, pretty sure that's what it's called. Just woke up on the corner of half passed out, didn't get much sleep. All I needed was a night out, love, sex, dreams. What you know about heartbreak, hotels, sneaking through the back gate. No, I won't tell why I never sleep no more. Don't remember dreams no more. Got me thinking about panic when I'm thinking I was down bad, never had my confessions, I just disregarded. All that got me here made me question why I do this shit. Moving on too quick, guess I'll never learn from my lessons. Gotta live in the present, but now I got Vinny and pride in my baggage, heavy and harder to lift. I just ran up 20 racks and still got therapy at 6. Clarity's a bitch, but I got my bag now. 27 grams in hell till I pass out. Wasted all my energy, I got mine back now. Self-destructive tendencies, but we were making memories. I have no regrets, just some shit I might do differently. Nothing's changed, we still got teenage problems. Sick to my stomach, I'm still hung up on the same chick. Even though she loved me, she bumped me up on a playlist. She still took my heart and said, watch how I'm gonna break this. She an A-list heartbreaker, thinking she could hold me down. Little does she know that I'll be gone before she come around again. Blocking all my socials, burning bridges, no man. It's been too cold, I'm toxic, so I'm fucking all the friends. Fucking all the friends. Fucking all the burning bridges. They break a trick to my hold me down. Been too cold, toxic, so burning bridges. Heartbreaker, hold me down. Fucking all the friends, yeah. Wasted all my energy, I got mine back now. Self-destructive tendencies, but we were making memories. I have no regrets, just some shit I might do differently. Nothing's changed, we still got teenage problems. Sick to my stomach, I'm still hung up on the same chick. Even though she loved me, she bumped me up on a playlist. She still took my heart and said, watch how I'm gonna break this. She an A-list heartbreaker, thinking she could hold me down. Little does she know that I'll be gone before she come around again. Blocking all my socials, burning bridges, no man. like to call them toxic, so I'm fucking all the fans, yeah.
Closing stages of the local election.
Just hit the post. West Ham 0, Man City 1 with 86 minutes played.
Alongside Seb at the London Stadium is Mark Schwarzer. Afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon.
All good?
Very well, thank you very much.
Excellent. Very interesting contrast between these two teams, West Ham and Everton. Everton have been missing Doucouré for 2 months. He's back in the squad today. They've only won 1 game. West Ham have been dealing without Declan Rice, and they've still kept winning. The momentum shift, losing a key player. One has dealt far better than the other.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, also the story of the two teams in terms of West Ham, the expectation at the end of the season, certainly I don't think from outside was ever thought that they'd be where they are today. And Everton, on the other hand, would be the team that some people predicted may make that next jump, may be able to knock on the door of European places, certainly Champions League maybe in the future. However, it hasn't quite panned out that way, and West Ham have been brilliant. They thoroughly deserve to be where they are, and one of the reasons they are where they are is because they've been adaptable. They've been able to carry on regardless of personnel missing at the time.
So this is how the Premier League table looks when it relates to these two. West Ham start the game in 5th position on 58 points. This is their game in hand over Leicester. So if they were to win today, they go 2 points behind Leicester City in what will be the final Champions League place. Everton are 8th, but they've got 2 games in hand over Spurs just above them. If they win today, they'll be a point behind Tottenham. 7th will probably get you European football. Could be Europa League. Could end up being the new UEFA Conference League. You've played in 2 European finals with 2 massive adventures at Middlesbrough and Fulham. This is something which should be strived for, isn't it, Mark?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially for clubs like West Ham, and not trying to be disrespectful, what they've done has been remarkable. I don't think any West Ham fan would have thought that they'd be where they are right now with a chance still to make the Champions League, and that would be phenomenal. Everton, they've been in the Europa League a couple of times, not that successful. I think it's a stepping stone for these guys to year after year to get to that position, and then look to keep trying to progress every now and then, get into those Champions League positions. And it's a stepping stone. It certainly is an opportunity to play in European football. And I tell you what, I mean, the fans, you talk about it, Middlesbrough fans, Fulham fans, going back to those days, they talk about them still to this day as some of the greatest nights in the club's histories en route to a final, a European Cup final.
4 games to go for West Ham this season. Could be Champions League, could be Europa League, could be UEFA Conference League. Whatever it is, the West Ham goalkeeper Lukas Fabianski has been telling me this week, it's just nice to be fighting for something at the right end of the table.
So it's a nice challenge to have. I think it's a lot better to have this challenge than the one from the last season.
The business end of the season, when the stakes are high, is obviously also at the point when players in general will be the most tired because you've had a long season. Now, obviously, we don't normally associate that with a goalkeeper, but do you get mentally drained, emotionally drained when it comes to the back end of the season?
To be honest with you, recently we just spoke about it, and we actually felt like when we played games every 3 days, it felt actually kind of better. Because for some reason, I don't know, maybe you knew that you're just gonna play the game, rest a bit, and then you play again, and you're just constantly in the mood, in the zone. Once we started to have a bit more break in between games, everything kind of stretched and felt a lot longer. And in the games, I think now we just played. Last week we played Saturday, and then we played Saturday, Monday, and it felt just like we could have played easily 2 games in the midweek. It doesn't really feel, especially now when you have much more time between games, it doesn't feel like you're getting tired. You actually have more time to recover, more time to chill, and more time to relax even mentally, and then for some reason, obviously for the reason is that then you have a bit more energy and excitement going into the next game.
So you prefer having the space, or you would prefer having no space?
I think it's all down to the results, in all honesty. If you have like good results, you just like keep playing every few days. And like I said, we had this period, I think that was after the New Year when we played the FA Cup game, then we had a bit of a break, and then once we started playing, we just constantly played every few days. And it felt good, really, to be honest with you. It felt like, you know, once you're in a good groove, because obviously we've been able to get a lot of good results. I think that helps you, obviously.
The Champions League is up for grabs. Now, there are a lot of players at West Ham who obviously haven't had that experience before. But, you know, if I take you back 10 years, you were in an Arsenal team who were, you know, expected to be in the top four. So is it a very different kind of pressure to be in the West Ham team dreaming of the Champions League versus an Arsenal team expecting the Champions League?
Yeah, Arsenal was the team that at the time, like, you knew they're gonna finish top four. Doesn't matter the league or the circumstances. You knew that at the end of the season they will be there. I think it's nice in general for football, for the league, to see that team like us is actually challenging for that spot. So it's not something like it's been given to the top 6 or top 4, that in the almost every single year. It's nice to see that we are actually trying to break into it and surprise maybe most of the football fans. So it's a bit of I would say a bit of a difference when you compare Arsenal at the time when I was there and then us being in this position in the present moment.
You must be talking about the prospect of getting in the Champions League.
I think we are maybe there are talks, but like in a jokey way or just in a fun way. I don't think really we especially everything, and the message comes really from the manager that he wants us to focus on each game, really put a lot of work into every single game, and who knows what can happen at the end of the season. At the moment, I think the main thing is that we focus on the things that we can control, and that's more or less it. Still, there are 4 games to go. A lot can happen in them games, but I think what we would like to have at the end of the season is the feeling that we just gave everything out there on the pitch and try to deliver performances that we can be proud of. And if we end up in European spots, that will be amazing. If not, then at least we can, look in the mirror and say, like, we pushed to the max of our ability.
West Ham keeper Lukas Fabianski, 9 minutes to go until kick-off at the London Stadium. We're bringing you West Ham Everton in full. Fabianski's old club Arsenal are our final commentary of the game at 7 when they play West Bromwich Albion. The countdown is on for Chelsea women. The title is coming home again. John Southall.
It is 30 seconds of the 90 still to play. Chelsea lead Reading by 5 goals to 0. It's been a terrific second half performance by Chelsea. 2 up at half time. Then the second half goals from Kirby, her second of the match. Actually, she scored 6 against Reading this season, got 4 in the reverse fixture. Sam Kerr with her 21st of the season, just guiding in from the edge of the 6-yard box, and Erin Cuthbert tapped in to make it 5-0 for Chelsea. And as you say, they're going to retain their title. This will be their 4th WSL title, and it has been a remarkable season for Emma Hayes and her players. Just waiting to see how many minutes added on we will have, but Chelsea lead Reading by 5 goals to 0. 3 minutes to play.
And we'll be back there in 3 minutes then for the celebrations. It's all happening at the Stoke, Chris Jones.
It is, yeah, big moment here. Quins thought they'd scored a try to extend their lead and really put them in control, but it was chalked off because of a stamp by the Quins fullback Mike Brown on Wasps Tommy Taylor. A straight red card for Brown. A ban will likely follow as well. And then from the ensuing field position, Fekatoa crashed over. Wasps are now in control after looking up against it. Quins 24, Wasps 29, Quins down to 14 with Brown sent off.
Lewis Hamilton left it really late to win his Spanish Grand Prix. He overtook Max Verstappen with only 6 laps to go in Barcelona, so he goes 14 points clear of Verstappen at the top of the Drivers' Championship. Let's speak to Jolien Palmer, who was commentating on 5 Live Sports Extra. Another absolute belter, Jolien.
And a great Spanish Grand Prix. Not always we can say that, but another belter in 2021. Another fight between Hamilton and Verstappen. brilliant to watch. It came down to a battle, as you say, 6 laps to go. Hamilton swept around the outside to take the win, and just extends that championship lead, but really close the whole way.
Most exciting start to a season in how long?
I mean, a really long time. In 2012, there was a season where we had 7 different winners in the first 7 races, and that's just sprung to mind because you never knew what was coming next. This season, we kind of all know what's coming next, probably more of the same. It'll be Hamilton v Verstappen rather than anyone can win, which has its own sort of marvel, I guess. But the battle between these guys is just so good, wheel to wheel. I mean, how they've not crashed yet, I don't know. Verstappen absolutely sent it for the lead on lap 1. Hamilton just about got out of the way. You've basically got a 7-time world champion with a bit of experience and nous and everything up against a young, hungry Max Verstappen who's going to be a champion probably at some point, and it's a thrill.
Jolyon, thank you very much. That's Jolyon Palmer, one title race there, just really getting up and running as another gets ready to come to a close. Manchester City women have beaten West Ham by a 0-0, but it ain't going to be enough, John Southall.
Certainly not. 40 seconds time. The celebrations will begin for Chelsea because they lead Reading by 5-0, and title number 4 will be theirs very shortly. It's been a really impressive afternoon, as it has been season for Chelsea women. 2 up at half-time. Second half goals from Kirby, Kerr and from Cuthbert. Kerr with her 21st of the season, and what a season it has been for her. Emma Hayes, the manager, called it an unbelievable, she said her side have been unbelievable all year, and she's absolutely right because they are still on for the quadruple, Chelsea, as we enter the final seconds of the game here. Of course, they've won the League Cup. They're in the final of the Champions League this time next week in Gothenburg against Barcelona, and in the last 16 of the FA Cup. And there goes the full-time whistle, and another Sunday and another celebration for Chelsea. 7 days ago it was Bayern Munich beaten in the Champions League, and fast forward 7 days on and Chelsea have beaten Reading by 5-0, and they are champions once again. And the stats are quite remarkable. They've played 22, they've won 18, drawn 3 and lost just 1 game all season, and that is why they're champions. I make it 1 defeat in the last 43 games for Chelsea. And she's right, Emma Hayes, it has been an unbelievable year, but they're halfway to the quadruple. Chelsea are the champions. They've won by 5-0.
Oh yeah, very little time to celebrate. They've got a Champions League final a week today.
Absolutely, I will ask Emma Hayes about that. Do they have a couple of days off? She had the luxury though today, because they won so comfortably, she could take off key players in the second half. Looking ahead to that game in a week's time, Pernilla Harder went off, G went off, Lupolz went off, Carter went off, so she could rest a few. But I just think they are such a good team, this Chelsea side. They're so well drilled, they all know what they're doing, they're powerful, and as I said earlier, they're just relentless. They just keep winning. Emma Hayes last weekend when they beat Bayern Munich said, I just love winning, and she has passed that on to her players, and at the moment they look pretty unstoppable.
Not to be though, Jackie Oatley for Manchester City, despite a pretty relentless season of their own.
That's right, West Ham 0, Manchester City 1. It's finished. Alan White 15 minutes from time from Bronze's cross. Mewis and Lavelle saw penalties saved by Arnold, and they hit the frame of the goal 4 times, but too little too late. So cruel. They've only lost once in the league all season, winning 17 of the last 18, but Chelsea are just too good. West Ham 0, Man City 1.
Women's football show tonight on BBC One at 11:40, straight off the back of Match of the Day for more of the celebrations as Chelsea women dressed in champions scarves celebrate on the pitch there at Kings Meadow. Back-to-back titles for them. Our next commentary of this 5 Live Premier League Sunday comes from the London Stadium. It's West Ham versus Everton, and Mark Schwarzer is alongside Seb Hutchinson.
Thanks, Steve. The bubbles blowing across the London Stadium, and 4 games left for West Ham United, and if they win all 4, they will be guaranteed European football but which European competition is still up for question? Arsenal's Europa League exit means that a top 4 finish will definitely see Champions League qualification, and David Moyes' men are right in the mix. Everton, meanwhile, need a win to reignite their fading European hopes. I'll just take you through the teams. West Ham unchanged from victory at Burnley. Fabianski in goal, Sofal, Dawson, Diop and Cresswell, Souček and Lanzini in the midfield, Fornals, Lingard and Benrahma behind Mikel Antonio. And as for Everton, Pickford in goal,
Mina, Keane, Godfrey in a back 3, wing-backs Coleman and Digne, Alan and Tom Davies in the middle of the park, Richarlison and Sigurdsson behind Calvert-Lewin. Well, Mark, I've mentioned West Ham's situation, but Everton are also in the European picture. You could argue this is the most significant match of the weekend.
Well, it certainly is right now, that's for sure. No, it's huge, isn't it, for both clubs. West Ham, we talked about it earlier on in the show, that the fact that, you know, where they are this time of the season has been remarkable, and they are on the cusp of doing something very, very special. And let's not write off Everton. Everton have that opportunity today to close that gap between themselves and West Ham, and like you said, get back into the race or the hunt for finishing one of those
Lingard and Fornals playing just behind lone striker Antonio. For Everton, it's Pickford in goal, a back 5 of Coleman, Godfrey, Mina, Keane and Digne. Davies, Alan and Sigurdsson are the midfield 3, with Richarlison supporting Calvert-Lewin up top. Not long until kick-off for this Premier League clash between West Ham and Everton. This year's surprise challengers for the Champions League, the hosts lie just 5 points off of Leicester in 4th. The 1-0 victory for the Hammers in the reverse fixture means that a win today would complete their first league double over Everton since 1973. Manager and former Everton boss David Moyes names an unchanged starting 11 from the side that defeated Burnley last time out. The visitors come into this game on the back of 1 loss in their last 12 league away games, winning 8. In fact, 10 of their 15 victories secured by the Toffees this season have been away from Goodison Park, and their last loss at West Ham was back in 2018. Carlo Ancelotti names 3 changes to the side beaten by Aston Villa last time out. Yerry Mina, Michael Keane and Tom Davies replace Mason Holgate, Andre Gomez and Alex Iwobi. So the lineups in full for West Ham. It's Fabianski in goal, Cresswell, Diop, Dawson and Kufal in defence. Lanzini and Souček are the holding midfielders, with Benrahma, Lingard and Fornals playing just behind lone striker Antonio. For Everton, it's Pickford in goal, a back 5 of Coleman, Godfrey, Mina, Keane and Digne. Davies, Alan and Sigurdsson are the midfield 3, with Richarlison supporting Calvert-Lewin up top. Not long until kick-off for this Premier League clash between West Ham and Everton. This year's surprise challengers for the Champions League, the hosts lie just 5 points off of Leicester in 4th. The 1-0 victory for the Hammers in the reverse fixture means that a win today would complete their first league double over Everton since 1973. Manager and former Everton boss David Moyes names an unchanged starting 11. We'll leave that there because we're now underway for this Premier League clash between West Ham United and Everton. The hosts playing in their usual claret and blue shirts and white shorts from left to right. Everton in their home kit as well today, of all blue, playing from right to left. It is myself, William Maxwell, to take you through this one. And as Aaron Cresswell has a long throw towards Antonio, who chests it down for Benrahma, but has his pocket picked by Ben Godfrey. We'll just run you through those lineups once more if you did miss them. So for West Ham, it's Fabianski in goal, Kufal, Dawson, Diop and Cresswell in the defence. Souček and Lanzini are the holding midfielders, with Fornals, Lingard and Benrahma playing just behind Mikel Antonio up top. For Everton, it's Pickford in goal, playing a back 5 today of Digne, Keane, Mina, Godfrey and Coleman. Expect Digne and Coleman to drift further forward up those flanks though. Sigurdsson, Alan and Tom Davies in the middle, with Calvert-Lewin and Richarlison up top. And Sigurdsson has just managed to flick it over Vladimir Kufal on this near left-hand side, but he's been unable to keep the ball in play. So he's going to be an early goal kick here for Lucas Fabianski, as we're seeing some early pictures of David Moyes. Obviously, being incredibly happy with what he's seen so far over the course of this season. If West Ham are going to get top 4, he surely must be a shoo-in for manager of the season, for how he's managed to turn around this club's fortunes. Pickford has rolled the ball out to Michael Keane. He'll find Mina. Here's Godfrey, being pressurised by Lingard, then decides to cut back towards Mina once more. Here's Keane again. Shaped up to go long, instead spreads it to Godfrey again. Finds Richarlison, who is tackled by Souček, but he can't find Lingard. Godfrey shepherded backwards. Benrahma then makes the tackle. Here's Lingard finding Fornals. Back it goes towards Souček. West Ham have done well to hold on to possession here. Cresswell. Benrahma. Antonio aiming for Cresswell again, but well intercepted by Seamus Coleman. And then Mina will take no chances and just clear the ball away from danger. Diop head down towards Antonio, who gets his boot in front of Richarlison. Antonio then plays the ball back towards Issa Diop. And now Lanzini for the Hammers. If you did miss the earlier games, it finished Wolves 2, Brighton 1. Lewis Dunk getting a red card in that game, as well as Aston Villa 1, Manchester United 3. And Ollie Watkins of Aston Villa also sent off in that one. Souček finding Lanzini. Here's Fornals on the right-hand side. Gets a cross in, aiming towards Antonio, just behind the lone striker. And it'll be Seamus Coleman that brings it out for the Toffees. Forced backwards by Souček, and then does a cute little lift over Pablo Fornals to find Digne. Here's Tom Davies now. Godfrey. Back it goes for Mina again. Win today for either side won't put them any higher in the table, but it will cut the gaps for European football. For West Ham, they would be able to close the gap, I should say, on Leicester to 2 points. Currently 5 points behind the Foxes in fourth. That's Everton, who would cut the gap to 7th place Tottenham to just a point, and would also have a game in hand over the North Londoners in their bid to achieve Europa League football, as Jesse Lingard has bundled over Alan. That'll be a free kick for the Toffees, midway inside the West Ham half. Still no real shots of note to tell you about in this one. We're at 4.5 minutes into this game, listening to unofficial off-tube studio commentary. West Ham United 0, Everton 0. Keane and Mina both come up for this, so they've got height and physicality to aim for, but West Ham aren't slouches themselves when it comes to set pieces. Great aerial ability in the likes of Antonio, Souček, Dawson and Diop. Waiting on the whistle to be blown by Stuart Atwell for Sigurdsson to float the ball into the area, and does. He's aiming for Keane. It's Diop that wins the header and lifts it over his own crossbar for a corner kick. Not sure if he got a call there from a teammate or Fabianski. There was no real pressure on Diop. Could have let that go, but he didn't want to take any chances. Keane, Godfrey and Mina all standing on Fabianski. They've got the joint most amount of goals from corners this season. Everton and West Ham both have got 9, alongside Manchester City and Chelsea. Sigurdsson will take this corner kick. With zonal marking from West Ham. Sigurdsson whips the ball in. It's dangerous as well. It almost was turned in at the back post by Calvert-Lewin. Souček had to get a flick onto it. It was a lovely delivery by the Icelandic international. It was flicked on by Dawson in the end, and it almost fell so kindly to Everton's top goal scorer, Dominic Calvert-Lewin. But Souček perfectly placed to flick the ball away from danger for what will be another corner kick. Digne whipped it again, and Souček will clear it out for another corner once more. Mistimed his jump that time, the Czech midfielder. Couldn't direct the header the way he wanted. So it's another corner kick for Gylfi Sigurdsson to take. Sigurdsson towards the back post. Calvert-Lewin gets his head onto it, but that will sail wide of Fabianski's goal. Mistimed from Calvert-Lewin. Could have done so much better. He's got 20 goals this season in total. Calvert-Lewin, that is in all competitions. 15 of those were in the Premier League. Here is Kufal. Back it goes towards Fabianski. He's pressurised by Richarlison. Fabianski will float that out towards Souček, who chests it down for Lingard. Now with Ben Rama. Ben Rama back to Jesse Lingard. They can look to break forward here. The Hammers, but Lingard is tackled. Cleared away. Fabianski quick out of his area to beat Richarlison to the ball. Now with Ben Rama for the Hammers, finding Cresswell. Ben Rama again, tackled this time by Alan. Lanzini, Ben Rama. Cresswell again going backwards, this time to Issa Diop. Now with Dawson. Finding Kufal. Lifts it down the wing on the right hand side, but looks like the linesman has flagged. It may have gone out before it found its intended target, so will be a throw in for the away side. Midway inside the West Ham half. Everton have arguably been the better of the two in this opening 8 minutes. Digne almost found Davies, but has his pocket picked by Fornals. Kufal. Kufal finding Antonio, fouled by Keane. Alan finds Richarlison. Has he been fouled by Souček? Looks like it's gone the other way in favour of the Czech midfielder, who's then helped onto his feet by Stuart Atwell. We'll just have a few words with both Souček and Richarlison. Souček will look to take this free kick. He might float it long. Instead he decides to play it short to Lingard. Back it goes to Souček again. Dawson to Issa Diop. Now with the left hand side for Cresswell. Through ball towards Antonio, well taken by now Jamaican striker. Looks to try and get around Yerry Mina. He has a heavy touch and it's gone out of play for what looks like a goal kick for the Toffees. Just really struggling to get involved at the moment, Michail Antonio. Nine goals in the Premier League this season. Joint top goal scorer with Jesse Lingard and Thomas Souček. Lanzini aiming towards Ben Rama, tackled by Godfrey. Now with Cresswell. Lanzini again. Diop finding Dawson on the right hand side this time. Kufal held up by Sigurdsson. Lingard tackled by the Icelandic midfielder. Will be a throw in for West Ham just inside their own half. Here is Lingard. He's managed to pick out Issa Diop. Here's Cresswell. Lanzini. Back it goes to Cresswell again. It's a high press from Everton. Cresswell's ball will find Antonio, who holds off Yerry Mina. Has won a free kick for his troubles. That's going to be an interesting battle over the course of this game. The physicality of Antonio and the tall, lumbering figure of Yerry Mina. As Lingard tries to play a cute ball towards Antonio, appealing for a handball off of Ben Godfrey. Nothing given by Stuart Atwell. The ball will go all the way backwards towards Jordan Pickford, whose long ball was set off for Richarlison, who's twisting and turning. Is held up by Dawson. Looks for support, breaks forward, tries to play it into Sigurdsson, but he's easily tackled by Dawson again. Sigurdsson unhappy with Richarlison and how the build-up for that attack was made. Now Ben Rama will find Antonio, looking to take on Godfrey on this left-hand side, getting towards the byline. Antonio gets the ball into the area, headed away though by Luca Digne. Be picked up by Calvert-Lewin. Holds off Lanzini. Has surely been clipped there by the Argentine. No foul given at the moment from Stuart Atwell. Calvert-Lewin plays a 1-2 with Davis, and then his pass to Richarlison is easily cut out by Thomas Souček. And now Cresswell picks up the proceedings once more. Fornals. Outside the boot pass towards Antonio, tackled again by Mina. Alan gets away from Benrahma and then avoids a tackle of Fornals to find Sigurdsson. Here's Calvert-Lewin. Back to Sigurdsson. And now Everton will come away with it now with Keane, who decides to go backwards to his goalkeeper, Jordan Pickford. Early exchanges of this game, it remains West Ham United 0, Everton 0. A game of very few chances at the moment. It's being marred in the middle of midfield for the majority. Both defences holding quite strong, although not really being tested. The only shot that we've had thus far has come from the away side, Everton. A corner kick from Gylfi Sigurdsson finding Dominic Calvert-Lewin at the back post, but his header went way wide of Fabianski's goal. From corners, they have looked quite dangerous, Everton. A few dangerous balls in as that's been cleared away, both times by Thomas Souček. But at the moment, West Ham are holding strong, and the game is finally poised. West Ham United 0, Everton 0. Here is Davies for Everton, spreading it towards Digne on the left-hand side. Held up by Kufal, ball into the area, headed away by Dawson. Fornals will flick it further to find Lanzini. Lingard, back heel away from Digne to find Fornals again. Who gets away from Sigurdsson, a ball roll, then finds Souček. And Kufal will give it back to Fornals, and it's lovely, patient play under pressure from West Ham to come away with it. Now Kufal holds off Sigurdsson to his Czech teammate Thomas Souček. Here's Cresswell to Lingard on the left-hand side now. Antonio. Kufal on the right-hand side has kept the ball in play. He's being held up by Digne. Kufal ball to the back post intended for Antonio. It'll fall to Benrahma. Clearance made by Coleman. There was a collision between Antonio and Yerry Mina. No foul given. Pickford unhappy with his defence there, I think, more than anything. It's a dangerous ball to the back post by Vladimir Kufal, but Antonio just couldn't quite climb over Yerry Mina. West Ham in possession with Benrahma, whipping the ball into the box, but it's going to easily be gathered by Jordan Pickford. Plenty of pace and whip behind it, but nowhere near the intended target. So Pickford will just roll this ball to Yerry Mina. Godfrey back towards Mina again. Godfrey. Here's Calvert-Lewin to Sigurdsson. Now with Luca Digne. Floats it into the area, headed up rather than away by Dawson. Souček will help it further, as does Benrahma. But it's going to get picked up by Keane. Back it goes now to Mina inside his own half. Mina forward to Alan. Holds off Lanzini. Flicks it over the top, intended for Richarlison inside the penalty area. He'll keep the ball in play, tries to hammer it back across the face of goal. It comes off of Issa Diop though, and it will go out for another corner kick for Everton. It was a lovely cute ball by Alan, seeing the run of Richarlison, who didn't really have a great deal of options. And the deflection off of Issa Diop really could have gone anywhere. And it nestles on top of Fabianski's goal. It's a chance for the big boys of Mina, Keane and Godfrey to come in. Into the area on Lucas Fabianski. Mina also on the goalkeeper. Stuart will have to watch for any pushing and shoving as the ball is put into the penalty box, and Fabianski has claimed that wonderfully well under pressure from the Everton front line. He initially throws the ball out for Cresswell, who looks to break down this left-hand side for a counter-attack, although Everton have managed to flood back very quickly and got into a strong defensive position. Here is Dawson. Looks for support. It will hold off Calvert-Lewin and eventually release Vladimir Kufal. Back it goes to Thomas Souček. Souček, I'm not entirely sure who he's aiming for there. The Czech midfielder. It's given straight back to Everton and Jordan Pickford. Seems to be more intensity and pace about Everton's game at the moment. Coleman. Back it goes now to Godfrey. Finding Keane. Here's Calvert-Lewin. Fornals makes the tackle, accidentally jumps into Calvert-Lewin. Dawson. Kufal, Souček. Fornals once more. Lanzini finding Souček. Surely he's been fouled by Davies there. That's going to get brought back for a free kick. Tom Davies just far too late on the tackle there on Thomas Souček. We'll have a word in his ear from the referee. Just lunging in without much control, Tom Davies. He's been told to calm down the holding midfielder. Souček will take this free kick. Doesn't look like Davies has picked up a yellow card. Dawson will find Souček. Lanzini. Kufal helps it on his way for Pablo Fornals. Breaking in towards the penalty area. Gets a cross in. Easily blocked by Davies. And Pickford will calmly pick up for the Toffees. A game that is evenly balanced, but from a neutral perspective hasn't been the greatest of watches. Here's Godfrey. Now with Mina. Here's Godfrey once more. Finding Pickford. He will lay that short towards Keane. Back again to Mina. A high press from West Ham, keeping Everton back. Here's Richarlison. Coleman lifting it over the top, intended for Digne on the far left-hand side, who will keep the ball in play, the Frenchman. Digne aiming for Sigurdsson, well intercepted by Thomas Souček. Fornals is there to find Lingard, who looked to try and break past Tom Davies, but it does well to hold off the Manchester United low knee. But then Lingard plays it through towards Pablo Fornals, and he'll find Benrahma. Antonio's in acres of space on left-hand side. He is now used. Antonio trying to take on Godfrey. May go for goal instead, trying to play the ball through towards Lingard, and Digne had to make that interception and clear the ball away from danger. It was such a wonderful through ball from Michail Antonio. It doesn't look like he may have intended it. Maybe a bit of a fortuitous deflection. But West Ham still in possession now with Kufal. Souček. Diop. Finding Cresswell on the left-hand side. Back with Souček once more. Cresswell. Antonio. Looks to break past Godfrey, but he's tackled by Yerry Mina, appealing for a throw-in off of Michail Antonio. It will go West Ham's way. Antonio Mina just having a few chuckles with each other. Throw by Cresswell. Antonio tries to get away from Mina. That's thumped away from danger though by Tom Davies. As Calvert-Lewin does so well to flick that on to Richarlison, but he's isolated at the moment, the Brazilian, and he can't get around Issa Diop. And Lingard's pass just about finds Fornals. It wasn't the greatest of balls initially by Lingard. It was really gifted an opportunity for Sigurdsson to intercept. I think they were waiting for Richarlison to find his feet again. He is now back on two legs. He's walking a little bit gingerly as Antonio flicks it in towards Jesse Lingard. Lingard will go for goal, takes a big deflection. It will fall kindly though towards Benrahma, who keeps the ball in play. Kufal headed out by Alan, almost falling to Lanzini. Richarlison now lifts it over Diop and will break forward for Everton. Richarlison has Calvert-Lewin in support and little else. West Ham have done really well to get back though and shut off the passing avenues. Richarlison goes back towards Coleman. Richarlison is painting quite a defeated figure at the moment for Everton. Not sure if he's out of breath or if he's winded or if he's carrying a knock from a collision with Issa Diop just moments earlier. Alan going back towards Mina. Now with Keane. Here's Yerry Mina again. Mina. Down the line for Richarlison. Coleman lifts it over the top. Richarlison maybe onside here for Everton. Only Digne and Calvert-Lewin to aim for in the middle. Richarlison gets across in. It's headed away by Souček. It falls to Seamus Coleman, who shaped up to go for goal. Is then tackled by Lanzini. Benrahma. Antonio away from Godfrey and away from Alan. Looks to hammer a crossfield ball towards Lingard. It's a very poor pass though from Michail Antonio, and the breakaway counter-attack breaks down for the Hammers. Midway through this first half, it's West Ham United 0, Everton 0. Very little to talk about in this game. Very few chances. West Ham, they've improved in the last 5-10 minutes or so. They've managed to break forward a handful of times, but they've been really unable to set off the likes of Lingard and Antonio in this one, especially Antonio, who's being well held up by Yerry Mina. West Ham United 0, Everton 0. As Alan threads the ball through here. Calvert-Lewin, he's broken away from the West Ham United defence. Calvert-Lewin one-on-one. Fantastic finish from the Everton striker. Where was the West Ham defence there, though? You have to ask the question. It's a wonderful finish from Calvert-Lewin. It's Ben Godfrey, actually, who picks the ball up for Everton. The through ball cuts through the West Ham defence. Dawson can't get close to Calvert-Lewin, who takes his time and slots it into the bottom right-hand corner. No chance for Lucas Fabianski, and it's the Toffees who take the lead. West Ham United 0, Everton 1. It's Dominic Calvert-Lewin who's got his 16th goal of the season for the Toffees, played through by a wonderful Ben Godfrey pass that completely split open the West Ham defence. Got away from Craig Dawson. Calvert-Lewin one-on-one with Fabianski and slotted it into the bottom right-hand corner. No chance for the Polish goalkeeper. And, well, Dominic Calvert-Lewin increases his tally of what is his best ever scoring season from his career so far. West Ham United 0, Everton 1. That's a fantastic finish by Calvert-Lewin. How will West Ham respond? The game's gone around 24 minutes so far, so there is still plenty of time. Here's Sigurdsson finding Davies. Intercepted. Now Fornals to Lingard. Benrahma in space on the left-hand side. Looks to find the Algerian. Here is Benrahma. Souček is begging for it. Benrahma will go for goal, and it's taken a big deflection and gone out for a corner kick. Benrahma may have just been too slow in getting the ball out of his feet there. The Algerian likewise can be said for Jesse Lingard, who just couldn't find Benrahma quick enough. Took his time, maybe could have played it to Souček earlier, instead went for goal, and it's a big deflection off of, I believe, Seamus Coleman in the end. Managed to get his knee in front of it and divert it out for a corner kick. Cresswell will come over to take this. Here is Cresswell. I mean, towards Antonio, headed away by Keane. There might be a clash of heads between Antonio and Keane, but play has continued for the time being. Lingard's cross blocked by Digne. Lingard back into the area. Mina is there, back in now by Lanzini, and then surely there's a foul there on Antonio. Nothing given, says the referee. Now Alan gets away from the West Ham midfield, and there could be an opportunity here. Important interception by Fornals, but Davies now picks the ball up. Calvert-Lewin and Richarlison in support. Here's Richarlison. Surely he's been scythed down there by Issa Diop, and eventually the whistle is blown. It's going to be a free kick for Everton around 25-30 yards out, and this looks like prime Gylfi Sigurdsson territory here. It did look like Antonio was fouled by possibly Ben Godfrey with arms in the back, but nothing was given by Stuart Atwell. But interesting to see if VAR gets involved at all. Looks like Antonio and Keane are both okay from their slight clash of heads. So Gylfi Sigurdsson will look to take this free kick for the Toffees. A real set-piece specialist, Gylfi Sigurdsson. Slightly left of centre. They've also got Luca Digne as well, who can hit them. It is Sigurdsson. It's over the wall, and Fabianski does well to tip it over the crossbar. Wonderful effort from Gylfi Sigurdsson, but Fabianski was quick over to his right-hand side. It wasn't that far in the corner, which made the save a little bit easier for Lucas Fabianski. Game really has livened up over the past 5 minutes or so, especially since that goal. Corner for Everton. Sigurdsson aiming for Calvert-Lewin, headed away by Diop. Alan, poor touch. Fornals will break away for West Ham, looking for support. Finds Benrahma, back to Pablo Fornals. Here's Souček. Alan's done very well to hold off Fornals, to allow Everton players to get back. Here's Kufal. Finding Lanzini. Antonio holds off Digne. Lanzini away from Davies, be headed away by Coleman. Souček's there. Souček will poke that backwards towards Issa Diop. Now with Jesse Lingard with a bit of space on this left-hand side, supporting Benrahma and in Cresswell, decides to go backwards towards Thomas Souček. Around 40 yards out, breaking forward Thomas Souček. Sees Cresswell in a bit of support. Cresswell's pass is poor, but it gets it back on the second time of asking and finds side Benrahma. Back to Cresswell. Looks to get a cross in dangerously, flicked on by Souček at the near post. It may have taken a deflection off of Yerry Mina, and it has. That is going to be a corner kick for West Ham United. Mina has done really well to marshal Antonio and Souček with their aerial threat. So corner kick now for the Hammers. It will be Jesse Lingard that will take this. Lingard dangerous in towards a near post, headed away by Calvert-Lewin, for volleyed further by Sigurdsson. Kufal to Lanzini. Might try and float this into the area, and does, towards the back post. It's going to be Diop that lets that go. Lingard looks to go for goal at the back post. It's not a bad effort at all, Jesse Lingard. I think it took the Everton defence and possibly the West Ham attack by surprise, and he went for that audacious effort. He is a man in form, of course, and I think he may have also been aiming for Antonio as well. It's a lovely ball by Lingard, but just ever so slightly overhit, got too much underneath it, and it will go out for a goal kick. He's been involved in 12 goals since the 3rd of February. Jesse Lingard, the second most in the league, just behind Kelechi Iheanacho. 9 goals and 3 assists for Jesse Lingard. Diop finding Souček. His nod down will find Kufal on the right-hand side, who looks to go long down the line, intending for Antonio, but intercepted by Keane. Digne's then side down by Souček. No foul, says the referee. Here is Richarlison. Holds up Diop and manages to win a throw-in for his side. Throw-in for Everton, deep inside the West Ham defensive third. Digne finding Richarlison, who will hold off Kufal, might try and go for a corner kick, and does. Richarlison just blasting it off the Czech fullback. Although the angles provided on our studio pictures, it is hard to work out whether or not it's gone out for a corner or a throw. It might be the latter, you know. In fact, that is not the case. It will be a corner. Sigurdsson whipping the ball in, intending for Mina. Almost fell to the Colombian, who I think got in the way of Calvert-Lewin and vice versa. There's another wonderful delivery from Gylfi Sigurdsson, and Calvert-Lewin jumping in front of Jeremina puts off the Colombian, and he tries to react with a bit of a scissor motion with his right leg, but he can't direct his attempt on target. Benrahma goes down with a collision with Coleman. No fouls to Stuart Atwell. Richarlison now finds Davies. Davies to Digne. Holds off Kufal. Pays the ball through towards Calvert-Lewin. Lingard tackles Alan, then Davies comes flying in on Benrahma. It's a hard tackle from Tom Davies. It's the second one of those he's done. I think it's going to be his final warning from Stuart Atwell. I think he did win the ball fair enough, Tom Davies, but it's the ferocity that he's coming in with the tackles which I think is causing the issues for Stuart Atwell. Very heavy, hard tackle, which maybe back in the 70s and 80s would have been absolutely fine. But in this day and age, he struggled to get away with them. Hard hitter, Tom Davies. He's not going to have any more let-offs from the referee, you feel. Little over half an hour gone. It remains West Ham United 0, Everton 1. A few more opportunities, especially for the home side, since going behind. Side Benrahma's had an effort from just inside the area, well blocked by Seamus Coleman. And moments ago, Jesse Lingard had a cross-turn shot, really, from the left-hand side, going just wide of Jordan Pickford's goal. For Everton, they've had an effort from a free kick. Gylfi Sigurdsson from around 30 yards out, forcing Fabianski to tip over his crossbar. West Ham are pressing for an equaliser, but Everton's five-man defence holding very strong at the moment. West Ham United 0, Everton 1. Looks like we've got a goal kick for Everton after Benrahma struggled to get on the end of a Cresswell pass. It'll be Jordan Pickford that comes over to take this. Long ball will find Richarlison, who holds off Diop, goes for goal, parried out by Fabianski, almost fell back to Richarlison, who goes down, appealing for a penalty. Nothing given from Stuart Atwell. Richarlison back onto his feet, so I don't think there is going to be much of a shout for the Evertonian. West Ham once again caught out by a through ball. Richarlison doing one full dribbling, and he's picked up the ball again. Richarlison has support, and Coleman on the overlap. Holds off Diop, now finds Coleman. Calvert-Lewin and Sigurdsson in the area, try to find Sigurdsson. It's a poor pass though from Coleman, and West Ham can break away. Lingard step over to hold off Alan. Here's Cresswell. Now with Lanzini. Lingard back towards Thomas Souček. Here's Kufal. Now with Pablo Fornals holding off Keane. Here's Cresswell. Dangerous ball in, cleared away by Mina. Here's Godfrey, held up by Benrahma. Godfrey will make the clearance. It's come off the Algerian, and it will go out for a throw-in for Everton deep inside their own half. As we get that replay of that Richarlison effort, it was a flick on from Calvert-Lewin that allowed the Brazilian to break into the area. Got power behind the shot, but Fabianski was very well placed to parry the ball away. I think it was the right decision as well for play to resume on the follow-up collision between Fabianski and Richarlison. The Polish goalkeeper was so quick to get back on his feet and smother the follow-up as Mina finds Coleman, who is tackled by Issa Diop. Souček's there with the flick on to find Antonio. Turning away from Alan, lovely skill from Michail Antonio, trying to find Lingard, who almost got there on the second time of asking, cleared away by Keane. Dawson and Richarlison will race for the ball, but it will go out of play before either can get to it, and it will be a throw-in for West Ham. Here's Vladimir Kufal to take. Finding Lingard. Kufal to Souček. Spreading the ball backwards towards Issa Diop, who will aim for Cresswell on the left-hand side. 5 attempts each so far in this game, the vast majority being blocked. None on target for West Ham, 3 for Everton, as the ball is whipped into the area by Cresswell, headed away by Godfrey. Calvert-Lewin, tackled by Diop. Here's Ben Rama, holding off Coleman, will look to try and break away from Godfrey as well. Somehow holds onto it side Ben Rama. Looks to break into the area, but Alan is there to tackle, and Godfrey makes the clearance. It can't stay in play though, and it will be a throw-in for West Ham, just on the halfway line. As we see our studio pictures, David Moyes making a few notes, which I'm sure a rousing half-time team talk is required, just to spark some creativity and life into these West Ham attacks. They're having a lot of the possession in the middle of the park. They can't break down this Toffee's defence. Lingard, Ben Rama to Cresswell, into the penalty area, headed away by Keane this time. Lanzini, Kufal. The crosses just aren't paying off for them. Fornals into the area, back post, Lingard, oh, it's wide. Big opportunity. It was actually aside Ben Rama who lurked at the back post, completely unmarked. It was a wonderful ball in from Pablo Fornals, spotting side Ben Rama, and he's got to at least hit the target there. He's trying to control his header towards the far post. Beats Pickford, all ends up, and it sails over the crossbar. That is a real waste of a glorious opportunity, the clearest one that they've had in this game by a country mile. It's gone over the top. Big miss for the Hammers. Waiting on this goal kick to be taken for Everton. Flick on by Calvert-Lewin, intended for Richarlison. Cresswell is there to nod the ball backwards towards Fabianski. Here is Dawson, finding Thomas Souček. Now with Kufal. Away from Sigurdsson, finding Dawson. Diop finds Ben Rama. Now with Lingard. Antonio. Be Ben Rama that tries to break into the area. Well watched though by Seamus Coleman. His long clearance can't find Calvert-Lewin. Here's Vladimir Kufal. Fornals. Souček's forced to turn backwards after the pass went behind him. Now with Issa Diop. Cresswell towards Antonio. Tackled by Godfrey. Here's Richarlison. Now to Ben Godfrey, breaking away from Lanzini. This could be an opportunity here for Everton. Godfrey trying to find Calvert-Lewin, easily intercepted though by Craig Dawson, who is well positioned to watch the pass. And now Jesse Lingard will look to come forward for West Ham. Lingard tries to get away from Alan, well tackled though by the Brazilian. Stoppage in play though, as Lanzini is on the deck. May have pulled up and tried to track back and tackle Ben Godfrey. He's been plagued by injuries over his time at West Ham. And well, Lanzini, it doesn't look good for him though. He's holding his right quad by the looks of things. And with Masuaku, Declan Rice and Mark Noble all out injured at the moment. Granted, Declan Rice is close to fitness again. The last thing they need is another man in the medical room. In regards to who they can bring on the bench, they don't really have an out-and-out replacement for Impersonation in midfield. They may have to move things around a bit. They've got defenders in the likes of Balbuena, Ogbonna, Fredericks and Johnson. Maybe the youngster Connor Coventry could come on in the middle of the park, or alternatively, what is looking at the moment is a Jared Bowen stripped and ready to come on. I doubt he's going to go into the holding midfield role. But maybe he'll move to the right and Fornals will drop into a holding midfield position. That's the only thing I can really think of for the Hammers, as Kevin Nolan gives Joe Bowen a few more words of encouragement and a few tactics. It does look like Lanzini is unable to continue. That's a sad sight to see for the Argentine. We can only hope that it's not too serious of an injury. So we can confirm that is Manuel Lanzini coming off and Jared Bowen coming on to the field of play. Only time will tell, really, how the setup of West Ham's side will be affected by that change. Little time remains of this first half. It remains West Ham United 0, Everton 1, but the home side have had their clearest opportunity for an equaliser. Pablo Fornals spinning a cross in towards the back post. Side Benrahma completely unmarked. Tried to plant his header towards the far post, back where the cross came from, but got his angles wrong and sent his effort over the crossbar. Everton could have easily doubled their advantage as well. A flick on by Dominic Calvert-Lewin set off Richarlison into the penalty area, but his shot was well parried away by Lucas Fabianski. Some bad news though for West Ham. Manuel Lanzini has had to come off with a quadricep injury. Jared Bowen has come on in replacement. As Fornals just about finds Antonio, the ball is smothered away by Godfrey. Souček will now try and trap back and tackle Richarlison, who does well to hold off the Czech international. Turns away from Cresswell. Shorty's been bundled over there by the English fullback and has. That'll be a free kick for Everton. Stuart Atwell just has a few words with, I believe, Ben Godfrey, just to get the ball back to where it was, where the free kick was meant to be taken. Lovely play that by Richarlison to draw a foul for his side. Here is Mina to Keane. Back now with Godfrey. Pickford goes long towards Digne. His flick on intended for Calvert-Lewin, cleared away by Dawson. And Fornals just rolls it through the legs of Sigurdsson. Is going to get brought back for a foul anyway on Vladimir Kufal, who's clutching his forehead, I think. I'm not sure if it's a clash of heads or if he's caught a shoulder or an elbow. He looks in a bit of bother at Vladimir Kufal. It's the point of the elbow of Luca Digne that he's caught. That will be an incredibly sore one for Vladimir Kufal. No real intent from Luca Digne. 2 minutes of added time shown at the end of this one. Well, end of this first half, I should say. Kufal is back onto his feet. No mark on his head, so he will be okay. So we await this free kick to be taken. It looks like it will be floated long and high up the field. Intended for Bowen, headed away by Keane. As Calvert-Lewin has taken a bit of a knock from Craig Dawson. Here's Diop. Cresswell. Back it goes to Diop again. Around a minute remains of this first half. West Ham United 0, Everton 1. Here's Diop. Now towards Benrahma. Here's Cresswell. Through ball towards Lingard. Dummy for Bowen, who tried to give it back towards Jesse Lingard. It was inches away from finding the intended target. But it is going to fall kindly to Pickford. You can see what he's aiming for. Trying to get it through the legs of Michael Keane, who does really well to react and see the run and intercept for his side. Pickford's ball out intended for Richarlison, cleared away by Diop. Digne's flick on will tend for Gylfi Sigurdsson's going to get brought back though for, believe, an offside on Richarlison. Souček finds Fornals. Back it goes for Diop. They won't have any further time to get forward. The half-time whistle has now been blown. We're going into the interval. West Ham United 0, Everton 1. And we'll see you in the second half. Half-time is West Ham United 0, Everton 1. The opening goal coming just up past the 20th minute. A through ball from Ben Godfrey, finding Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who broke away from Craig Dawson, 1-on-1 with Fabianski, and he slots it into the bottom right-hand corner. The closest the hosts have come was a cross from the right-hand side. Pablo Fornals finding Said Benrahma unmarked to the back post, tried to put it back where the cross came from, but the header went over the crossbar. Some worse news though for West Ham is that Manuel Lanzini has had to go off due to an injury to his thigh. Half-time is West Ham United 0, Everton 1. The opening goal coming just up past the 20th minute. A through ball from Ben Godfrey, finding Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who broke away from Craig Dawson, 1-on-1 with Fabianski, and he slots it into the bottom right-hand corner. The closest the hosts have come was a cross from the right-hand side. Pablo Fornals finding Said Benrahma unmarked to the back post, tried to put it back where the cross came from, but the header went over the crossbar. Some worse news though for West Ham is that Manuel Lanzini has had to go off due to an injury to his thigh. Half-time is West Ham United 0, Everton 1. The opening goal coming just up past the 20th minute. A through ball from Ben Godfrey, finding Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who broke away from Craig Dawson, 1-on-1 with Fabianski, and he slots it into the bottom right-hand corner. The closest the hosts have come was a cross from the right-hand side. Pablo Fornals finding Said Benrahma unmarked to the back post, tried to put it back where the cross came from, but the header went over the crossbar. Some worse news though for West Ham is that Manuel Lanzini has had to go off due to an injury to his thigh. Half-time is West Ham United 0, Everton 1. The opening goal coming just up past the 20th minute. A through ball from Ben Godfrey, finding Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who broke away from Craig Dawson, 1-on-1 with Fabianski, and he slots it into the bottom right-hand corner. The closest the hosts have come was a cross from the right-hand side. Pablo Fornals finding Said Benrahma unmarked to the back post, tried to put it back where the cross came from, but the header went over the crossbar. Some worse news though for West Ham is that Manuel Lanzini has had to go off due to an injury to his thigh. Half-time is West Ham United 0, Everton 1. The opening goal coming just up past the 20th minute. A through ball from Ben Godfrey, finding Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who broke away from Craig Dawson, 1-on-1 with Fabianski, and he slots it into the bottom right-hand corner. The closest the hosts have come was a cross from the right-hand side. Pablo Fornals finding Said Benrahma unmarked to the back post, tried to put it back where the cross came from, but the header went over the crossbar. Some worse news though for West Ham is that Manuel Lanzini has had to go off due to an injury to his thigh. Half-time is West Ham United 0, Everton 1. The opening goal coming just up past the 20th minute. A through ball from Ben Godfrey, finding Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who broke away from Craig Dawson, 1-on-1 with Fabianski, and he slots it into the bottom right-hand corner. The closest the hosts have come was a cross from the right-hand side. Pablo Fornals finding Said Benrahma unmarked to the back post, tried to put it back where the cross came from, but the header went over the crossbar. Some worse news though for West Ham is that Manuel Lanzini has had to go off due to an injury to his thigh. Half-time is West Ham United 0, Everton 1. The opening goal coming just up past the 20th minute. A through ball from Ben Godfrey, finding Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who broke away from Craig Dawson, 1-on-1 with Fabianski, and he slots it into the bottom right-hand corner. The closest the hosts have come was a cross from the right-hand side. Pablo Fornals finding Said Benrahma unmarked to the back post, tried to put it back where the cross came from, but the header went over the crossbar. Some worse news though for West Ham is that Manuel Lanzini has had to go off due to an injury to his thigh. Half time is West Ham United 0, Everton 1. The opening goal coming just up past the 20th minute. A through ball from Ben Godfrey, finding Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who broke away from Craig Dawson, 1-on-1 with Fabianski, and he slotted it into the bottom right-hand corner. The closest the hosts have come was a cross from the right-hand side. Pablo Fornals finding Said Benrahma unmarked to the back post, tried to put it back where the cross came from, but the header went over the crossbar. Some worse news though for West Ham is that Manuel Lanzini has had to go off due to an injury to his thigh. Half time is West Ham United 0, Everton 1. The opening goal coming just up past the 20th minute. A through ball from Ben Godfrey, finding Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who broke away from Craig Dawson, 1-on-1 with Fabianski, and he slotted it into the bottom right-hand corner. The closest the hosts have come was a cross from the right-hand side. Pablo Fornals finding Said Benrahma unmarked to the back post, tried to put it back where the cross came from, but the header went over the crossbar. Some worse news though for West Ham is that Manuel Lanzini has had to go off due to an injury to his thigh. Half time is West Ham United 0, Everton 1. The opening goal coming just up past the 20th minute. A through ball from Ben Godfrey, finding Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who broke away from Craig Dawson, 1-on-1 with Fabianski, and he slotted it into the bottom right-hand corner. The closest the hosts have come was a cross from the right-hand side. Pablo Fornals finding Said Benrahma unmarked to the back post, tried to put it back where the cross came from, but the header went over the crossbar. Some worse news though for West Ham is that Manuel Lanzini has had to go off due to an injury to his thigh. Half time is West Ham United 0, Everton 1. The opening goal coming just up past the 20th minute. A through ball from Ben Godfrey, finding Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who broke away from Craig Dawson, 1-on-1 with Fabianski, and he slotted it into the bottom right-hand corner. The closest the hosts have come was a cross from the right-hand side. Pablo Fornals finding Said Benrahma unmarked to the back post, tried to put it back where the cross came from, but the header went over the crossbar. Some worse news though for West Ham is that Manuel Lanzini has had to go off due to an injury to his thigh. Half time is West Ham United 0, Everton 1. The opening goal coming just up past the 20th minute. A through ball from Ben Godfrey, finding Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who broke away from Craig Dawson, 1-on-1 with Fabianski, and he slotted it into the bottom right-hand corner. The closest the hosts have come was a cross from but the header went over the crossbar. Some worse news though for West Ham is that Manuel Lanzini has had to go off due to an injury to his thigh. Half time is West Ham United 0, Everton 1. The opening goal coming just up past the 20th minute. A through ball from Ben Godfrey, finding Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who broke away from Craig Dawson, 1-on-1 with Fabianski, and he slotted it into the bottom right.
Here come United now down the forward.
Watch very.
On my own way, I make up my mind every day. In the end, I'm always thinking your name, feeling like I'm going insane. I keep on thinking about you. I got no time to deny the truth. You gotta give me your time, and I gotta keep myself contained, baby. Won't you call me baby? I just wanna love you, baby, let me love you. I just need a taste, I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby, before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in. I just need a taste, I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby, before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in, baby. In, baby, let me in. I want to believe what I'm feeling right now. I want you to see that I'm breaking it down. Come take a ride with me. I just need a taste, I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby, before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in. I just need a taste, I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby, before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in, baby.
No forgiveness for your flaws. Now I'm happy on my own. Now I'm moving through it all. Finding who you are wouldn't be so hard if you just came and talked. Why do you call me when you're lonely? Never when you party. Always try to harm me. Think you found somebody. Know the circumstances. Don't care if you harm me. I'll just take my chances. Don't care if it harms me. It started out with a kiss and then it ended like this. I was in an abyss and was there something I missed? I still have your pictures and every day since I felt like I missed it. It don't make no sense. I was in bed. Should've left you on red. Why did I answer? 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 Why did I answer?
Blacked out 140th. Pretty sure that's what it's called. Just woke up on the corner of half passed out. Didn't get much sleep. All I needed was a night out. Love, sex, dreams. What you know about heartbreak, hotels, sneaking through the back gate. No, I won't tell why I never sleep no more. Don't remember dreams no more. Got me thinking about panic when I'm thinking I was down bad. Never had my confessions, I just disregarded. All that got me here made me question why I do this shit. Moving on too quick, guess I'll never learn from my lessons. Gotta live in the present, but now I got Benny and pride in my bag. It's heavy and harder to lift. I just ran up 20 racks and still got therapy at 6. Clarity's a bitch, but I got my bag now. 27 grams inhale till I pass out. Wasted all my energy, I got mine back now. Self-destructive tendencies, but we were making memories. I have no regrets, just some shit I might do differently. Nothing's changed, we still got teenage problems. Sick to my stomach, I'm still hung up on the same chick. Even though she loved me, she bumped me up on a playlist. She still took my heart and said, watch how I'm gonna break this. First seeing A-list heartbreaker, thinking she could hold me down. Little does she know that I'll be gone before she come around again. Blocking all my socials, burning bridges, no man. It's been too cold, I'm toxic, so I'm fucking all the friends. Fucking all the front and bridges. Break a to my hold me down. Been too cold, toxic, so burning bridges. Heartbreaker, hold me down. Fucking all the friends, yeah. Wasted all my energy, I got mine back now. Self-destructive tendencies, but we were making memories. I have no regrets, just some shit I might do differently. Nothing's changed, we still got teenage problems. Sick to my stomach, I'm still hung up on the same chick. Even though she loved me, she bumped me up on a playlist. She still took my heart and said, watch how I'm gonna break this. First seeing A-list heartbreaker, thinking she could hold me down. Little does she know that I'll be gone before she come around again. Blocking all my socials, burning bridges, no man. It's been too cold, I'm toxic, so I'm fucking all the friends, yeah.
Closing stages of the local election.
Just hit the post. West Ham 0, Man City 1 with 86 minutes played.
Alongside Seb at the London Stadium is Mark Schwarzer. Afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon.
All good?
Very well, thank you very much.
Excellent. Very interesting contrast between these two teams, West Ham and Everton. Everton have been missing Doucouré for 2 months. He's back in the squad today. They've only won 1 game. West Ham have been dealing without Declan Rice, and they've still kept winning. The momentum shift, losing a key player. One has dealt far better than the other.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, also the story of the two teams in terms of West Ham, the expectation at the end of the season, certainly I don't think from outside was ever thought that they'd be where they are today. And Everton, on the other hand, would be the team that some people predicted may make that next jump, may be able to knock on the door of European places, certainly Champions League maybe in the future. However, it hasn't quite panned out that way, and West Ham have been brilliant. They thoroughly deserve to be where they are, and one of the reasons they are where they are is because they've been adaptable. They've been able to carry on regardless of personnel missing at the time.
So this is how the Premier League table looks when it relates to these two. West Ham start the game in 5th position on 58 points. This is their game in hand over Leicester. So if they were to win today, they go 2 points behind Leicester City in what will be the final Champions League place. Everton are 8th, but they've got 2 games in hand over Spurs just above them. If they win today, they'll be a point behind Tottenham. 7th will probably get you European football. Could be Europa League. Could end up being the new UEFA Conference League. You've played in 2 European finals with 2 massive adventures at Middlesbrough and Fulham. This is something which should be strived for, isn't it, Mark?
Absolutely. I mean, especially for clubs like West Ham, and not trying to be disrespectful, what they've done has been remarkable. I don't think any West Ham fan would have thought that they'd be where they are right now with a chance still to make the Champions League, and that would be phenomenal. Everton, they've been in the Europa League a couple of times, not that successful. I think it's a stepping stone for these guys to year after year to get to that position, and then look to keep trying to progress every now and then, get into those Champions League positions. And it's a stepping stone. It certainly is an opportunity to play in European football. And I tell you what, I mean, the fans, you talk about it, Middlesbrough fans, Fulham fans, going back to those days, they talk about them still to this day as some of the greatest nights in the club's histories en route to a final, a European Cup final.
4 games to go for West Ham this season. Could be Champions League, could be Europa League, could be UEFA Conference League. Whatever it is, the West Ham goalkeeper Lucas Fabianski has been telling me this week, it's just nice to be fighting for something at the right end of the table.
It's a nice challenge to have. I think it's a lot better to have this challenge than the one from the last season.
Everton. Here is Souček for West Ham, trying to put the ball through towards Fornals, who does well to find Cresswell. His intended pass for Lingard is cut out by Alan, but then he's tackled by Pablo Fornals. So here's Ben Rama for West Ham United. Fornals finding Cresswell, trying to get away from Ben Godfrey, who did well to cut down the angle and to keep the ball in play. Goes for the long ball intended for Richarlison, who goes down under collision with Issa Diop. No foul from Stuart Atwell. So play will resume now with Craig Dawson, who looks to set off Thomas Souček into the Everton half. Souček will find Vladimir Koufal on the right hand side, puts in an early cross intended for Antonio, cleared away by Mina. Fornals can't get his head onto it, clatters into Calvert-Lewin, but Richarlison picks the ball up. He's on his own at the moment. Richarlison may have to hold the ball up to bring some players in blue into play. Holds off Koufal and finds Luca Digne, who in turn holds off Bowen, finds Sigurdsson. Calvert-Lewin is back onto his feet, but hobbling his way forward into an attacking position. Here is Davies finding Luca Digne, now with Richarlison. Alan, Coleman in a bit of space on the right hand side, instead cuts back towards Godfrey. Godfrey is being pressurised by Lingard, so we'll go back even further now for Yerry Mina. Mina finding Keane on the left hand side. Looks to play a long ball over the top of the West Ham defence to set off Luca Digne, who gets there first, but in an early cross intended for Calvert-Lewin. Diop's there to clear the ball away, almost fell kindly to Richarlison. He's tackled by Souček. Koufal is there to volley the ball further. Davies towards Digne. The attack is still on for Everton. Digne holds off Koufal, then does well to play it off of Jared Bowen and wins a throw in for his side. It was a lovely attempted cross by the Frenchman on the volley intended for Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who just didn't have the required acceleration to get on to the end of it. Here is Sigurdsson finding Calvert-Lewin, who rose highest, but he couldn't direct his header on target with any real accuracy or power. It loops high into the air and is easily gathered by Lucas Fabianski. Cresswell now for West Ham, finding Benrahma down the left-hand side, cuts away from Godfrey and looks to chip a ball over the top intended for Koufal. It's a misplaced pass though. Koufal will do well to keep the ball in play, slides in, and it's come off of Koufal last, and in fact it might actually be a free kick for Everton. In fact, it will just be a throw-in for Luca Digne. Coufal on the slides, trying to keep the ball in. Clattered into Digne in the process. Chance for Everton to break forward now. Around 48 minutes gone in this game. Remains West Ham United 0, Everton 1. In what is a must-win game for both sides in their pursuits of European football. For West Ham, it's in pursuit of the Champions League. Everton for the Europa League. Antonio getting away from Godfrey on the left-hand side. Tackled by Ben Godfrey, then used his strength to get in front of Seamus Coleman, but has been adjudged to have pushed over Seamus Coleman too forcefully. So it will be a free kick for Everton on the right-hand side. Head-to-head, Carlo Ancelotti has never beaten David Moyes in 6 matchups. 3 wins for David Moyes and 3 draws. So here is Jordan Pickford. Long intended for Calvert-Lewin, cleared away by Diop. Here's Richarlison finding Digne. His cross intended for Calvert-Lewin is going to beat him, and Cresswell will volley the ball away from danger. Antonio uses his strength to hold off Godfrey, finds Ben Rama, who will just allow Alan to slide in and poke the ball away for a throw-in. There's another game you can listen to on this service later on at 7 o'clock. You'll be able to listen to Arsenal against West Bromwich Albion. Arsenal's season is essentially over after being knocked out of the Europa League at the semi-final stage by Villarreal. Here is Vladimir Coufal finding Fornals, who spreads the ball over towards Ben Rama on the left-hand side, taking it in towards the area. Now with Fornals again, around 20 yards out. Here's Souček, cuts away from Davies, back towards Fornals. Ben Rama, 10 men almost behind the ball for Everton. Cresswell slides in. Has he been caught by Godfrey? No, says the referee. Coleman finds Davies, but the ball is actually going to have to be held up here because Cresswell is in a lot of agony on the deck. I'm not sure if he's clutching his upper right thigh or if it's his groinal area. Cresswell's just on the stretch. I think there may have also been studs to the ankle of Aaron Cresswell, which may have been even sorer, almost shaving down the shin pad. But considering he's holding his groin and upper thigh area, it very well might be a case that he's now pulled a muscle as well. And if that is the case, it might be that the captain will have to come off here, because it didn't look like there was much contact between Ben Godfrey and the supposed sore area of Aaron Cresswell. A free kick has been awarded, oddly enough. So there is a chance for West Ham here to get the ball into the area. It's going to be Jesse Lingard that takes. Souček, Dawson, Bowen, Diop, Antonio, all in the area. Lingard floated in, headed away by Coleman. Here's Coufal. Floated back into the area by Fornals. Pickford rises highest and gathers well above Issa Diop. Very assured goalkeeping there by Jordan Pickford. Always had eyes on the ball. Pickford now rolls the ball out for Godfrey on this right-hand side. Godfrey lifting over the top, intended for Calvert-Lewin. Cresswell has hobbled off the field. Not sure if it's just for a throw-in or not. So we see pictures of the England assistant manager Steve Holland up in the stands watching on. He'll have his eyes on the likes of Michael Keane, Jesse Lingard, and of course Jordan Pickford as the major England options. Maybe some players who are on the periphery, the likes of Jared Bowen, or possibly even Aaron Cresswell and Craig Dawson, might look to increase their favour. Here is Bowen finding Souček. Fornals. Jared Bowen spreading it to Cresswell on the left-hand side. twists and turns and eventually pokes the ball towards Lingard. Here's Fornals, now with Dawson coming forward. Kufal on the right hand side, back to his Czech teammate in Thomas Souček. Fornals spreads it over again to Cresswell. Strong defence from Everton, holding off West Ham. Headed away by Digne after Cresswell put the ball in. Richarlison's header down will find Seamus Coleman. Richarlison, Calvert-Lewin is offside, so if he gets on the end of this, that will be a free kick. Instead, it will be cut out by Pablo Fornals anyway. Calvert-Lewin saying he should have been quicker, Richarlison, in releasing him. Here's Souček towards Lingard. Turns away from the Brazilian and finds Benrahma. Lingard dummies it, looks for support, finds Aaron Cresswell, who will play that ball back towards Issa Diop. Cresswell continues to stretch out his upper thigh and groin. Wonder how long David Moyes might leave it for the West Ham captain, as Antonio picks the ball up and looks to set off Cresswell down the left hand side. Cresswell looks to put the ball in, dangerous cross headed away by Mina. Bowen's there, Fornals on the volley, important block I think by Tom Davies in the end to send the ball out for a corner kick. The first real shot of this second half. It's a lovely knockdown by Bowen to find Fornals, and his effort on the volley was definitely on target. I think Pickford would have been the favourites to save it though, and Davies does get a foot in to knock the ball out for a corner kick. Cresswell comes over to take this. Plenty of players in claret and blue to aim for. Not the best of deliveries though, headed away by Alan. Kufal finds Benrahma. Everton quick out of the area. Benrahma's cross headed away by Godfrey this time. Fornals looks to try and get away from Digne. Finds Jared Bowen inside the penalty area, being watched by Coleman, Mina and Alan. Digne make the clearance. Dawson. Fornals again. Crosses the area. It beats Antonio. Godfrey's there, and the ball is thumped away from danger by Keane in the end. Cresswell tries to turn away from Richarlison. Just about keeps it in play and finds Benrahma, who holds off Calvert-Lewin. Has he been fouled? No, says the referee. Godfrey finding Alan. Back it goes to Davies. Now with Keane. 72% possession for West Ham in this second half, as Digne gets away from Kufal and away from Fornals. For looking to spread the ball towards Richarlison, not the greatest of balls. Cresswell almost had his pocket picked by Richarlison. Fabianski the same, but does well to punt the ball away from danger. Keane with the header, finding Sigurdsson. Back now towards Davies. Davies will in turn will go even further back towards Mina, and Everton will just hold on to possession in defence for the time being. I just remind you of the players on the substitute benches for both sides. For West Ham, they've got Balbuena, Yarmolenko, Ogbonna, Fredericks, Johnson, Randolph, and the youngsters of Adamipo, Odubeko and Connor Coventry. For Everton, they've got backup goalkeeper of Robin Olsen, alongside Holgate, Delph, King, Decore, Iwobi, Bernard, Gomez and Niels Nkunku. Here is Bowen for West Ham, finding Lingard. Back it goes for Dawson. Now with Ogbonna finding Cresswell. Saw pictures of Ryan Fredericks warming up. It might not be long before Cresswell is replaced. Here's Diop finding Dawson again. Lingard. Kufal on the right hand side. Ball in towards Antonio, flick to Lingard. Antonio into the area. Bowen gets a cross in, well intercepted by Godfrey. Offside flag goes up anyway, so it will be a free kick for Everton. I don't think Bowen initially intended to take off the toe of Antonio, but it just fell into his path. So Ryan Fredericks is stripped and ready to come on for West Ham. Player that hasn't had the greatest deal of game time recently. He's only played 13 times in the Premier League. Struggled to break the usual fullback pairing of Vladimir Kufal and Aaron Cresswell. But will have his chance now. As Calvert-Lewin's chest down intended for Davies is intercepted by Fornals, and he finds Vladimir Kufal down the right hand side, who lifts it over the top intended for Antonio. Keane tries to slide in with interception. Antonio's there, saved by Pickford. It's going to get brought back though, possibly for a foul on Luca Digne. Antonio not really happy with that, but there's nothing that he can say or do, and we'll have a break in play now as Cresswell is back down on the deck. He's going to have to come off with an injury, and the day is just going from bad to worst for West Ham United. Here's the auxiliary captain as well. He'll pass his armband on. I'm not sure if it'll be for Ryan Fredericks or if he'll give it to the likes of Craig Dawson. But Cresswell is now off the field of play. Little under an hour gone in this game. It's still West Ham United 0, Everton 1. Only one real chance in this second half thus far. A cross into the area from Cresswell, nodded down by Jared Bowen, finding Pablo Fornals. His effort on the volley was well blocked by Tom Davies. There is another injury issue for West Ham United, their second of the game. Aaron Cresswell has pulled up with what looks like a groinal problem. He has been replaced by Ryan Fredericks. Everton, whenever they've defended, they've had about 9 or 10 players behind the ball, made it very hard for West Ham to create anything of note, and they're looking rather comfortable and what could be Carlo Ancelotti's first win over David Moyes in 7 attempts. West Ham United 0, Everton 1. Here is Dawson for the Hammers, finding Fornals. Back it goes towards Diop. Lingard on the left-hand side. Here's Fornals on the right, playing it through to Kufal. Opportunity, Kufal goes for goal, cannons off the post, and Bowen can't turn it in on the rebound. So unfortunate. It was a really awkward ball to control from Jared Bowen. A lovely effort from Vladimir Kufal, and it's the closest they have come. And it's the upright that holds them off in the end. It goes through the legs of Luca Digne, and Bowen, he's in the midst of hurdling over Jordan Pickford, which is why he can't make a great contact with the follow-up shot, and he actually passes it back into the arms of Jordan Pickford. So fortunate are Everton there to still be in the lead. What an opportunity for the Hammers and for Vladimir Kufal. Now, Yerry Mina is now on the deck as well for Everton. Injuries coming thick and fast. Mina, I think it looks like it's a thigh problem. And it looks like Mason Holgate's getting ready to come on, so it doesn't look very promising for Yerry Mina either. So it would be our third injury of the game if Mina is to come off. And once again, Fornals heavily involved in that build-up. Kufal in acres of space on the right-hand side. See what he's trying to do, just pass it into the bottom corner. West Ham so unfortunate they weren't able to equalise there. Yerry Mina has now been replaced for Everton, and it is the number 4 Mason Holgate, one of the players that lost his place from the side that were beaten by Aston Villa last time out. He's now back into the side off the bench. Here is Pickford for Everton. Long ball intended for Calvert-Lewin. Finds Seamus Coleman. Holgate to Richarlison. Coleman. Holgate again trying to find the Irishman. Headed away by Ryan Fredericks. Holgate will come over to take for Everton. Richarlison odds the ball down, finds Coleman, who holds off Fredericks. Coleman twists and turns. Souček's there for the interception. He plays it off of Seamus Coleman, and that'll be a goal kick for West Ham. And Chelsea barking some orders at his side. As Kufal breaks down the right-hand side for West Ham. Early ball beats Keane, cleared away by Godfrey. Davies finding Sigurdsson. Here's Luca Digne. Him in for Calvert-Lewin, headed away by Souček. Dawson to Fornals. Thomas Souček again. There's a 1-2 with Dawson and looks to break down this right-hand side. Alan holding off Antonio. Finding Sigurdsson. Back it goes towards Keane, who in turn finds Godfrey. Holgate aiming for Calvert-Lewin, headed away by Diop. Souček will turn away from Richarlison. Set off Ryan Fredericks. Benrahma, Lingard. Now with Souček. Kufal and acres of space on the right, and he's found by his Czech teammate. Now with Dawson. Fornals again. Diop. Just inside their own half, West Ham. Now move to the left with Fredericks. Held up once again, this time by Coleman. Goes back towards Lingard, just on the edge of the centre circle. Here's Souček. Now with Kufal once again. Slow press from Everton. And no rush, of course, considering they have that slender advantage. Fornals to Bowen. Souček again. Kufal, first time pass intended for Lingard, well intercepted by Digne, but only goes out for a throw-in for West Ham, just in line with the Everton penalty area. Souček, 1-2 with Lingard. Bowen, back to Lingard. Bowen again, turns away from Keane, gets towards the edge of the area, floats across in, intended for Antonio, headed away though by Holgate. Calvert-Lewin will intercept and find Richarlison. He in turn will find Sigurdsson. He is fouled by Vladimir Kufal, and that will be a free kick for the Toffees. A chance for them just to run down the clock a bit further. Defended so resolutely in this game, Everton. And he made things difficult at times. For the Hammers, here's Holgate. A long floated ball intended for Calvert-Lewin. Kufal is there with the header to find Dawson. Dawson finds Souček. Turn goes back towards Diop, and now with Fredericks. Supporting Benrahma. Use him as well. Benrahma trying to find Fredericks. Somehow managed to come away with the ball. Benrahma then pushes through the legs of Alan. Lingard. Fornals. Will come back towards Diop. Here's Lingard. Fornals once more. Through ball to find Antonio, who tries to break away from Godfrey. Holds off Holgate. Surely he's been pushed there by the referee. No, says Stuart Atwell, and Richarlison then clutches his left ankle after a collision with Issa Diop, and that's not going to be a free kick either. Maybe it's just a tit for tat from the referee after Antonio didn't get a decision going his way. Richarlison and Diop just having a few words with each other. Dawson to Lingard. Here's Fredericks. Benrahma away from Alan. Cross in, blocked by Coleman, does well to keep the ball in as well. And then manages to clear his lines. Can't find Calvert-Lewin. Header on by Fornals will find Lingard. Bowen's in a little bit of space. Instead goes towards Antonio. Back towards Jesse Lingard, who accidentally runs over the ball. Godfrey then stumbles on it, and that's going to be a free kick for Everton. Maybe rather surprisingly. It's gone against Jesse Lingard. I think maybe accidentally ran into Ben Godfrey. And then in him stumbling and falling over, just collides with the back legs of Ben Godfrey, and that is what helps the Everton defender tumble. It's not going West Ham's way. As it currently stands in the Premier League table, Everton would remain in 8th with this win, but will cut the gap on Everton in 7th to a singular point, and they would have a game in hand as well. If they were to win that, they could actually go on level on points with West Ham as well. That game in hand coming in just 4 days away from home against Aston Villa. Here's Souček. Fornals. Lifting it over, intended for Bowen, headed away by Keane. Here's Holgate. Pokes it through towards Alan. Tackled by Fornals. Antonio. Fornals, he's been tackled again by Alan. That looked to me like a fair tackle, but not to Stuart Atwell. It's going to be another free kick for West Ham. It was a promising area to get the ball into the box. We see a replay of that tackle. Yeah, Alan doesn't make any contact with the ball. Granted, it looks like Fornals sort of dives over the legs. As there isn't any contact with the ball, it's always going to go in favour of the opponents. Jesse Lingard will be the man that comes over to take this for West Ham United. One-man wall in Gylfi Sigurdsson. 5 or 6 players in the area for West Ham. Lingard floats it in, almost fell to Dawson. It's headed away, and then Davies thumps it on the volley down the field, and Kufal will mop up, but is immediately pounced upon by Calvert-Lewin and Richarlison. Kufal lifts the ball back in. Antonio can't get on the end of it, and Pickford is there to gather for Everton. Remains West Ham United 0, Everton 1. West Ham, they've come inches away from equalising just on the hour mark. Pablo Fornals laying it off to Vladimir Kufal. His placed effort hits the post, and Bowen, who is in the midst of hurdling over Jordan Pickford, it hits his inside of his right thigh, and he can't direct it towards goal, and Pickford can safely gather. Everton really let off the hook there. Another injury for West Ham, though, which is a bit worse for them. Ryan Fredericks has had to come on for Aaron Cresswell. Another injury as well for Everton, with Yerry Mina having to be replaced by Mason Holgate. Very tight game. West Ham are pressing. At the moment, Everton's defence still holding firm. Only 3 efforts on target for Everton, just the 1 for West Ham thus far. Kufal finding Fornals. Here is Souček. Tackled by Coleman. Here's Calvert-Lewin. Coleman, he's tackled by Diop. Antonio, sliding tackle from Tom Davies. But now Fornals will break forward, away from Sigurdsson. Away from Davies again. Antonio rolls it through the legs of Digne. Breaks forward, and then it's a last-ditch tackle by Keane that takes off the toe of the Jamaican, and Keane goes back towards Zinho. In turn will find Sigurdsson. Calvert-Lewin. Long ball to find Richarlison. Gets away from Diop. Tries to poke it through the gap of the West Ham defence, but it's the retreating Thomas Souček that is there once again for the Hammers. Here is Fornals for West Ham. Here's Fredericks. Now with Benrahma. Lingard. Souček sliding in. There's been a gesture of fouled with Richarlison. It looked like a fair enough tackle, but rather a hard one. But Stuart Atwell has decided to put not only the free kick in Everton's way, but to give Souček the first yellow card of the game. He clearly gets the ball for me, Thomas Souček. That's a very harsh decision by Stuart Atwell. But nevertheless, the first yellow card is now shown. It's the 7th yellow of Thomas Souček's 2020-2021 season. In regards to possible substitutions, it did look like West Ham getting Andrei Yarmolenko stripped and ready, and Yarmolenko is now onto the field of play. And it's going to be Said Benrahma who makes way for the Ukrainian. David Moyes barks some orders at his side to just hold the line as the long ball comes forward. Calvert-Lewin's flick on, intended for Richarlison. Can't find the Brazilian. Fabianski gathers and throws out for Fredericks, who's moved towards the right-hand side. Kufal has gone to the left. Yarmolenko. A few step overs to find Fornals. He won't look to spread the ball, instead finds Yarmolenko again. Taking on Sigurdsson. Cuts back, holds off Digne. Digne then manages to make the tackle. Ball is kept in play by a mixture of Fredericks and Yarmolenko. Here's Lingard. Fornals. Fredericks, he gets a cross in, blocked by Digne. Throw in for West Ham as they continue to press against this Everton defence. Fredericks, Lingard. Fornals back into Jesse Lingard. Pokes it through to Yarmolenko. He's back killed. Will find Lingard once again. I think's now been adjudged to have fouled an Everton midfielder in the build-up. Lingard furious with that decision, and I think for dissent, Jesse Lingard is going to be put into the referee's notebook. And his frustrations have talked himself into a yellow card. As harsh as it may have seemed, you can never get away with the dissent. As we get a replay of that foul from Jesse Lingard, that doesn't seem like a great deal in that. It seems just easing Tom Davies away more than anything. So you can understand his frustrations. He does get his third yellow card of the game. Everything seems to be going Everton's way at this moment in time. Fredericks with the long ball high up the field, intending for Antonio. Gets his body in front of Keane, but Keane wins the header. Here's Tom Davies, away from Fredericks, tackled though by Souček. Now with Yarmolenko. Puts through to Antonio. Yarmolenko again, this time for Fornals. Here's Kufal. Bowen, who is switched towards the left-hand side. Now with Dawson. Dawson finds Fredericks. Yarmolenko. Souček tackled by Alan, who is alert to the danger quickly and breaks forward for Everton. Pokes it through now to Calvert-Lewin. 2-on-1 situation. Calvert-Lewin has support in Richarlison. Won't use him. Cuts back, then plays a wonderful ball through to Coleman, who tries to squeeze it in. Wonderful covering tackle by Jesse Lingard, of all people. Looked like a certain second for Everton there. As Kufal is then tackled very hard by Allen, and he will also go into the referee's notebook. A very poorly timed tackle by the Brazilian. Bowen is okay, he's back onto his feet. Allen, a desperate lunge, a scissor tackle really on the left ankle, and he immediately knew that was going to be a sore one, and he would go into the referee's notebook. Here's Fornals. Souček back to Fornals. Yarmolenko lifting it into the area. Antonio trying to find a mixture of either Bowen or Souček. It goes behind both. Digne is there to mop up. He will clear the ball away. Calvert-Lewin tackled by Dawson. Alan finding Calvert-Lewin. Richarlison ahead of him. Looks to break away from Fornals and does. Doesn't have much else in the way of support. Calvert-Lewin goes back towards Tom Davies. Holgate over the top, intended for Coleman, who won't get on the end of that. It's a misplaced pass by Mason Holgate. It will be a goal kick for West Ham. Maybe Calvert-Lewin could have released Richarlison for that attacking opportunity, but it was a wonderful through ball anyway. He played to Seamus Coleman, but Lingard was always tracking back and made things very difficult for the Everton captain. Yarmolenko, Souček, Fornals. Now with Fredericks. Holds off Davies. Whips in a cross. It's taken a big deflection. It'll be a corner kick for West Ham as they continue to press for this equaliser. Need a good delivery here, the Hammers. Diop, Dawson, Lingard, Antonio, Souček are the players in the middle to aim for. It's floated into the area by Bowen. It's aiming for Souček. It's headed away by Alan. Richarlison helps it on the way as well. Bowen once again back into the area. Can't find Souček. Header away by Holgate this time. Sigurdsson on the volley. Only goes as far as Vladimir Kufal. Pressure continues to come for West Ham. Alan, has he been fouled by Souček? No, says Stuart Atwell. Davies away from Bowen. Bundled over by Souček. Yarmolenko's there as well. No foul from Stuart Atwell. Here's Bowen once again. Back towards Fornells. Kufal on the left. Gets across in. Souček with the header. Can't direct it on target. And that will be a goal kick. The attack has broken down once again for West Ham. Time not in their favour. A little over 10 minutes remain in this game. It's West Ham United 0, Everton 1. They've been pressing West Ham. They had a chance moments ago. Kufal whipping a ball in. Thomas Souček's header was well pressurised by Michael Keane, and it goes quite some distance over the crossbar. Everton were inches away though from doubling their advantage. A counter-attack between Calvert-Lewin and Richarlison. Calvert-Lewin cut back and decided against playing it through to the Brazilian. Instead played a wonderful through ball through the defensive set of captain Seamus Coleman, but a last-ditch tackle by Jesse Lingard thwarted their attempts. Around 10 minutes plus added on time remaining in this one. West Ham United 0, Everton 1. Here is Fabianski towards Dawson. Now with Fornells. Dunline intending for Fredericks, intercepted by Keane, who goes back towards Pickford. Makes a long clearance away from danger. Craig Dawson's had a collision though with Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Both players going up for the header, just an arm to the face of Craig Dawson by Calvert-Lewin, giving the free kick to the West Ham player. As Yarmolenko breaks down the right hand side and gets a cross in, which is blocked. It will be another corner kick for the Hammers. They're tossing up those corners, but they're not doing anything with it at this moment in time. Put in by Fornells. Diop tries to get highest. Again, it's headed away. This time by Holgate. Every cross that's been put into the area has been met by a wall of Everton heads. Fredericks finds Souček. Nod down to Fredericks, goes back to Souček, who looks to help it on towards Fornells, thumped away by Godfrey. Richarlison trying to help it on towards Coleman. Kufal is there with the header. Kufal looks to break down the left, goes down. Coleman barks at Kufal saying no foul. Not happy at all with Kufal's attempt of conning the referee, which I can understand. Didn't look like there was much in that whatsoever. And there is going to be maybe quite surprisingly, an attacking change for Everton here. Almost only Josh King is stripped and ready to come on, as Richarlison is bundled over. Souček finds Diop now with Bowen. It's going to be a throw-in for West Ham. Kufal takes and finds Souček. Here's Dawson. Fredericks. Lingard. Souček. Floats it over the top, intended for Kufal. Overhit though. That will be a throw-in for Everton. And they will run down this clock as much as they need to, as Richarlison is the man who is being replaced. Has put his body on the line for the Toffees today. Hasn't got his goal hit that would have rewarded his performance. Josh King is going to come on for the Brazilian. He looks very frustrated and angry with that decision. Probably need a word in his ear from Carlo Ancelotti just to calm him down. Josh King is coming onto the field of play. Long ball from Pickford, finding Calvert-Lewin. Here is Josh King. Breaks away from Souček, has support in Calvert-Lewin. Instead spreads it towards the left now with Gylfi Sigurdsson. Overlapping Digne. Instead goes towards Calvert-Lewin, who gets around Fabianski, holds up the ball, pins towards the back post. King with the header, it's off the post, and Fabianski returns to gather. Josh King almost getting a goal immediately after coming onto the field. Calvert-Lewin unselfishly putting it over Fabianski, trying to find King, and he couldn't plant his header into the back of the net. What an opportunity that was to seal victory, surely, for Everton there. Calvert-Lewin, wonderful cross in. King beat Kufal in the air, and it clipped the post. I'm not sure if there's a hand by Dawson at all. He puts his hand up to try and block it. I don't think he ever actually makes contact with it, though. Matter of inches for Josh King and Everton for what surely would have been the 3 points. Fabian Delph is also coming onto the field of play now for Everton. It looks like it's going to be Gylfi Sigurdsson that is going to be replaced. So a bit more of a defensive change you would feel there with Fabian Delph coming on. Getting pictures on our studio screens of Richarlison. Still doesn't look like he's calmed down, although he's never really a player that promotes much happiness. Here is Lingard for West Ham. Little under 5 minutes remaining of this game. West Ham United 0, Everton 1. Issa Diop. Kufal on the left-hand side. Not really being pressed by a man in blue, but finds Jesse Lingard, who gets away from Holgate, but is then tackled by Seamus Coleman, who then finds Fabian Delph for his first touches of the ball. Delph, well, I'm not sure who he's trying to find, King or Calvert-Lewin, but he's put it right in between the two, and it's been cut out by Dawson. Souček now will find Fredericks. Yarmolenko. Thomas Souček. Time running out for the Hammers. Dawson. Pablo Fornals. Pokes it through towards Jared Bowen, who twists and turns away from Godfrey. Fornals. Kufal can't find Bowen. Cleared away again by Godfrey this time. Here's Issa Diop. Finding Craig Dawson. Fredericks. Now with Antonio. Turns away from Davies. Dawson. Finding Lingard. Now with Fornals. Souček. Dawson. Here's Fredericks, now with Fornals once again, holding off Josh King. Antonio, pressurised by both Digne and Delph, gets towards the touchline. Gets it away from Delph and finds Fredericks. The ball needs to be put into the area, but Everton doing really well to snuff out and pressurise the West Ham forwards. Antonio, back to Dawson. Fredericks eventually puts the ball in. It's not the greatest of crosses. Pickford will gather and fall to his knees and will look to run down the clock for the Toffees. It's been a wonderful defensive performance from the Merseysiders. Thoroughly deserve the lead and what could be the win. They have a very difficult run-in at the end of this season, with the likes of Aston Villa, Wolves and Manchester City still to play. Not many easy games remaining for them. Although you could also have the argument that there are no easy games at this level, as Lingard is shepherded backwards by Seamus Coleman. Bowen breaking down the left. gets a cross in front of Godfrey, intending for Antonio, intercepted by Michael Keane in the end to put the ball out of play. It was actually, Luca Digne, I should say. That clears it out for a throw-in for Everton. For West Ham. Kufal will come over to take this. A long throws in store. Vladimir Kufal. Dawson with the flick on. Yarmolenko pokes it down, intended for Fornals. Delph is there. Digne intending for Josh King. Fredericks gets the tackle. Fredericks and King fall into each other. King immediately apologising, clearly unintentional. It is going to be a free kick in favour of Ryan Fredericks all the same though, with around a minute remaining of the mandatory 90. A good delivery is paramount for West Ham. In fact, they've gone short. Fredericks putting a cross in, blocked by Delph. Now Tom Davies will break for Everton. Poking it for Josh King. Calvert-Lewin in support, tries to find Calvert-Lewin, blocked by Jesse Lingard, and Dawson will just play that back towards Fabianski. Dawson now with Souček. Fornals. Antonio back towards Lingard on the halfway line. Sure, there's not going to be much minutes of added time at the end of this. Fornals held up by Josh King, finds Yarmolenko, who's been caught by Digne. No foul, says Stuart Atwell. Play will continue. Fornals puts the ball in. Bowen's flick on, cleared away by Godfrey. Forza Kufal, who goes for goal, slices his effort, goes way over Jordan Pickford's crossbar. And how many more chances are West Ham going to have? You can't imagine there is going to be many. 4 minutes of added time shown by the fourth official. Kufal just saw his name up in lights. He's already hit the post, and with that one he just hit Rosette. David Moyes getting a frustrated figure in the technical dugout. Two pictures have awarded the man of the match to Everton's Allan. Can't really complain with that. He's been brilliant in the centre of the park, vital tackles. Also has done a fair shift going forward as well. I wouldn't have been surprised if the likes of Godfrey or Keane could have got the man of the match award if he didn't pick up an injury. I would have also suggested Yerry Mina, who almost single-handedly kept Michail Antonio quiet for the opening hour. As Fredericks finds Fornals. Now with Vladimir Kufal on the left-hand side. Kufal, Lingard, back to Vladimir Kufal. Options are waning, but does well to put it through the gap of Coleman and Allan to find Jarrod Bowen. Coleman sprinting backwards to hold off Jarrod Bowen. Kufal then, Coleman I should say, then makes the tackle. Wonderful defending by the Everton captain. Ball thumped away from danger by Michael Keane. Fornals to Dawson. 2 minutes remain of this game. Yarmolenko lifted into the area, intending for Antonio, who's gone down, appealing for a penalty of a collision with Holgate. Nothing given. That will be a goal kick, and you'd imagine that also might be that as a contest. And the opportunity to cut the gap on Leicester City in the final Champions League spots today, West Ham. And this loss will just give that opening for Liverpool to overtake them. They have that game in hand away from home against Manchester United. Long ball from Pickford, kept in play by Calvert-Lewin. Souček can't find Lingard. Coleman, intercepted by Diop. Souček finds Dawson. Going to the final minute of this match. Last chance saloon maybe for West Ham. Fredericks, Yarmolenko Shepherded backwards by Luca Digne. Great press by the Everton defence. Fabianski finds Fornals, who's the deepest player back for West Ham. Fornals thumps the ball long, intended for Dawson, headed away by Keane. Coleman, he helps it on its way to find Josh King. King can't find a man in blue. Antonio to Lingard. Here's Kufal. Antonio away from Alan, gets the ball into the area, headed away well by Godfrey. Kufal. Alan slides in, makes the tackle. Antonio is there again though. Antonio puts a cross in. Awful delivery though by the West Ham striker that goes out for a goal kick. And with around 15 seconds left, you will feel that once Pickford takes this goal kick, Stuart Atwell is going to blow his full-time whistle. David Moyes was maybe rather short change with the substitutions he could make and when, due to the injuries to Aaron Cresswell and Manuel Lanzini. I think he threw on the most attacking players he did have on the bench though, in all fairness. So we've now played the full 4 minutes. Pickford takes the goal kick. The full-time whistle is blown. It's finished West Ham United 0, Everton 1. Carlo Ancelotti gets his first win over David Moyes at the 7th attempt, and they will cut the gap to 7th place Tottenham to just a point. Final score, West Ham United 0, Everton 1. And we'll see you in the next one.
issues, things that I'm not really used to. And I watch my back cause this is so new, but it's something that I could get into. I keep on thinking about you, I got no time to deny the the truth. You gotta give me your time, and I gotta keep myself contained, baby. Won't you call me baby? I just wanna love you, baby. Let me love you. I just need a taste. I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby. Before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in. I just need a taste. I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby. Before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in, baby. I've been working on my own wave. I make up my mind every day. In the end, I'm always thinking your name. Feeling like I'm going insane. I keep on thinking about you. I got no time to deny the truth. You gotta give me your time, and I gotta keep myself contained, baby. Won't you call me baby? I just wanna love you, baby. Let me love you. I just need a taste. I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby. Before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in. I just need a taste. I just need a way to keep me from going crazy. Now you need some time before you can call me baby. Before you let me in, yeah, before you let me in, baby. In, baby, let me in. I want to believe what I'm feeling right now. I want you